Well, good afternoon, folks, and welcome to your Noir Aunties. I'm Auntie D. This is Auntie Love, and this is our special guest today, Miss Love My Edwards, author of A Black Woman Centered. And her book was so good we couldn't cover it in one show, so we had to have her back for a second one. Now, I'm just going to tell everybody coming in, get your seatbelts together, get your life together. Trigger warning. We're gonna go down some roads. It's gonna be a little. This is a chapter 11 type show. We're gonna have to talk about a specific kind of bankruptcy that is taking place among Black women that we must address for our survival and get past. And this book is a wonderful tool, and it's available on Amazon. I'm just telling y'all now. It would help you if you go purchase the book now so you can keep up. But if not, come on out. Make sure you pick it up before you finish your Noir Aunties today, so you can understand very important concepts. I'm going to allow Auntie Love to have her entering words, and if you would like to, Love Maya, you can, and I have your bio here. We'll read it at the appropriate time.
Well, as you said, Auntie D, yeah, I try to warn y'all for the last couple of years, those of you who are Black women who are male-centered, peen worshipers, churched, okay? I warned y'all over the last 2 years about y'all badass behaviors. And now I have had my attention on the number one reason we died and the number two reason we died. And now it's your turn. Y'all should have never kept the bullshit going over this last 2 years because you've been warned. So now my attention is drawn to you. And that's the last damn thing you wanted. Because you hookers, you're putting Black girls every single day at risk. You're putting other Black women, goddess born. No, you're not goddess born. And I'm going to explain that to you later. You're not goddess born, and I understand that. Because only 70 to 85% of us are to begin with. And you choosing to stay stuck on stupid, but you think we all should suffer the consequences of you needing to worship peen? Absolutely not. So my advice to everyone is to understand that Love Maya Edwards, this beautiful woman, has written A Black Woman Centered. And she's given us the language and the ability to look at ourselves, unzip our skin, and be real about the bloody pulp beneath. Because y'all are out here literally serving goddess born up so that you can fit into a what club? So you can be up underneath the fucking crossroads, where them legion reside, what y'all call them, Karens and Beckys and white bitches, where they reside, so you can be in proximity to them, or a Black male peen. Girl, I don't give a damn about none of that. You are hurting God is born, and that shit is over. Wait, hold on. Time's up.
Love Maya?
That was severe. Okay. So yeah, my name is Love Edwards. You just call me Love Edwards. I'm the author of A Black Woman Centered, A Revolution of Self and Sisterhood. And I'm here today to talk a little bit about the book. It's my understanding that we're going to talk specifically about the chapter on abuse recruiters. And I think, this is an important chapter. Black women need to understand. I think that's what Auntie Love is getting at. Like, we really need to understand the things that we do that contribute to the harm of vulnerable Black women and girls in our community. We need to be aware of how male-centeredness and how being steeped and conditioned and programmed in this patriarchy, how it impacts every aspect of our lives. And if you're not willing to do the work, then you do become a danger. But you're not just a danger to Black women and girls, you're a danger to yourself. And I think, Black women deserve safety. Black women deserve humanity. And I think that if we're being realistic and we're being honest, the only place that we can expect to get that is with each other. And that's only if we do the work. So I think I'll leave it at that for now.
Now, I'm going to just make an observation before I read Love Maya's bio. Um, Love Maya and I have in common that we are a gentler in approach because we do want Black women to grow and to thrive. I just have to tell you, as the singular Christian who's sitting here, um, redemption and mercy are all wonderful. You play around, you refuse those things, see the consequences. See consequences right over there, right over there. You only have so much time, and of course, if somehow you manage to, well, you can't even run a zigzag anymore. That's over. But if somehow you manage to get away from all that, Project 2025 is out there, and all the different varying demographics that literally do not want women to even be citizens anymore are also out there. So I want you to take to heart how much Love Maya has worked on this issue to help us to be able to have the tools to learn and to grow. Some of you have known me a long time, have heard me saying, get your life together for years because there's consequences to not getting your life together. I mentioned that the consequences are sitting right over there, right over there, right over there. But there's still terrible things that can happen to you outside of that because literally the plan is to have us re-enslaved with our children. That's the plan. Just understand that's what's going on. So as we move forward and we learn from the inside out how not to go through this, understand that Love My Edwards is qualified to present us with tools. And as you go through her bio, just understand it's just not something that you just had to sit down one day and scribble with some crap. No, we are talking with a very well-able Black woman to really help us to understand and make the decisions we need to make to survive. Because as you said, we're mainly a danger to ourselves, and that's the worst consequences that there are. But she's well able and well prepared. Just let me share with you her bio, just so you have an opportunity to understand the privilege that we have to sit here with her a second time. There's a woman with other things to do, but she came back a second time, and we appreciate you greatly, Love Maya. Love Edwards is the author of A Black Woman Centered, and the full title is A Black Woman Centered, A Revolution of Self and Sisterhood, and also the facilitator of Self-Centering Studies 101, Decentering Men, Reclaiming Joy, and Centering Black Women. Love is a scholar and a sociologist. She devotes her brilliance, expertise, education, and study to helping Black women and Black girls, helping us to navigate a very hostile environment of people in diverse demographics, wielding the deadly trifecta of patriarchy, racism, and misogyny upon the bodies, minds, and spirits of Black women and Black girls. With a bachelor's degree in sociology and African American and African studies, as well as master's level education in forensic psychology, she brings both academic expertise and lived experience to her work. With over 20 years in the social service field, Love has worked directly with Black women and children, witnessing firsthand the impact of male-centered conditioning and systemic neglect. Her mission is clear: to reintroduce Black women and girls to their extraordinary power buried within, with and underneath the pain and suffering hands of others' violent, anti-Black women, Black girls' behaviors, and to reclaim their time, energy, and joy by prioritizing themselves unapologetically. Through her book, Teaching and Advocacy, she is committed to helping Black women unlearn harmful conditioning, embrace self-centering as an act of liberation, and build lives rooted in autonomy, self-love, and sisterhood. Again, thank you for being with us today. That we are honored.
Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it.
Okay, so we do have an agenda item. We do have an agenda for today to stay on track. And then there's item number 1. We mentioned as we opened the program, we were going to start from chapter 11. And so chapter 11 has very specific concepts that we need to wrap our minds around to really understand what the reason that Auntie Love is over here letting you know is because it's one thing if you're just a Black woman and you don't know where you are, but if you are an abuse recruiter, well, first let's find out what that is. And then you're going to see why Auntie Love is like, no, we're getting no, be somewhere else. No, you cannot run in zigzag when she calls 9M 380. She got both hands on. Don't do it. You cannot be this person and not deal with consequences. But first, let's find out what it is. In your book, Love Maya, you have challenged us to examine as Black women how male-centeredness impacts our lives. So today we're going to discuss chapter 11. Can you help us to understand what a Black woman who's an abuse recruiter, how does she behave, and what makes her such a danger to Black women and girls? And also, can you give us some ideas about behaviors we should listen to? Red flags for this kind of Black woman. I mean, and that's a lot. We can break it down into pieces if you like.
Yeah, absolutely. So just if I can just back up just a little bit, just to make sure people understand what we're talking about. We're talking about the 9 traits of the 9 traits of a male-centered woman, or the 9 traits of male-centeredness. So I've basically created a spectrum. There's 5 different stages that help you identify where you are in your male-centeredness, because it's my position that we're all, through programming and conditioning, by being steeped in the patriarchy, we are all male-centered on some level at some degree. And so I've come up with 9 traits that help identify male-centeredness and where you are on this spectrum, which stage you are in of your male-centeredness. And one of those traits is to be an abusive. I don't think this is an unfamiliar term to all Black women. I think some Black women may have heard. But in the book, when we talk about abuse recruiter, we're talking about a Black woman, first of all, because the book is dedicated to Black women. Black women or a girl who knowingly or unknowingly enables harm against other Black women and girls by normalizing, excusing, or encouraging abusive dynamics. It's rooted in male-centeredness. The abuse recruiter basically prioritizes male comfort, the male image, and male desire over women's safety and autonomy. So some characteristics of abuse recruiter: she normalizes abuse. So she might say things like, "That's just how men are. He's just being a man," or you can't do that to no man," or she's gonna justify his abuse. She might blame the survivor, right? What did you do to provoke him? What were you wearing? Why were you out that late? That couldn't be me. I would never do that. She's going to always assess the victim's behavior first and foremost. She'll pressure forgiveness. So if your man disrespects you, if he cheats on you, he does anything harmful, she's going to encourage you for the sake of your family. She's going to tell you, you're supposed to be a good woman. You should be a ride or die. She's going to encourage you to stay in abusive situations. And she might even act as a matchmaker to known abusers. She might try to hook you up with her cousin or her boyfriend's brother, and she knows that he's harmful to women. He cheats on women. He lies to women, but she thinks that he just hasn't found the right one yet, right? So I'm pretty sure we've all heard these kind of women. We know these women, but that's what it tends to look like. And unfortunately, like, this has been around for as long as Black people have been around, especially in America, because it goes back to slavery. Respectability politics, how you should act, what's the appropriate response. That has always been something pushed on to Black women. Black women our identity has always been determined for us. And that's the big intention of the book, is to help Black women learn to self-identify. But a big part of a big tool of patriarchy is to decide for you what is appropriate, how you should respond, what's the right reaction to abuse and harm. And so that's definitely been pushed onto Black women. Also, Black women have been programmed and conditioned to be self-sacrificing, to be the mammy, to take abuse, to be strong. So if a Black woman it internalizes this idea of her being strong, what then does that mean? That means that she must be able to tolerate harm, to tolerate abuse. That's what they mean when they say their mothers were strong, or my grandmother was a strong Black woman. They mean that she was able to endure abuse. And so abuse recruiters are going to try to encourage you to endure abuse. When we get to the spectrum, and I'm trying to answer all your questions, but when we get to the spectrum, what it looks like on the spectrum. So on the spectrum, At the far end of the spectrum, you have the extremely male-centered woman. She embodies all nine of the traits. So, if she is an abuse recruiter, she's going to actively facilitate abuse. She is the auntie who helped with Naziah Harris's unaliving. You know, she will be that woman who will protect and who outright will protect an abuser. She's DDG's mother right now in this moment. You know, she's that woman, and she is very dangerous because she will put your safety at risk to protect a man. The predominantly male-centered woman, she might just minimize abuse. She might pressure you to reconcile with a man who's harmed you. She might tell you, oh, you know, he just, you know, that's just how men are. But she's going, you know, she's not as extreme, but she's going to encourage you to be in harmful situations. She's going to justify harmful behavior. If she's a disenchanted woman, she's aware, but she still participates in harm. And oftentimes this looks like her blaming victims. You know, she's the one who's saying, we told Haley not to be with DDG. Well, how does that help Haley today? She's already, the baby's here, we're in this situation. How do we help her move forward without blaming her for the experiences that she had with this abusive man? Then you have the transitioning woman. She begins to unlearn. She can take accountability. She can self-reflect and self-assess. Even if she does catch herself being an abuse recruiter, she's one that you can call in. You can have a conversation with her, and you can help her see how her behavior is harmful and start to self-correct. And then you have the liberated and the self-centered woman. She actively disrupts abuse, and she supports survivors, and she is never going to, or you know, she's going to be very intentional in making sure that she doesn't reinforce harmful narratives and push a woman into an abusive situation. Um, and I think the last thing I'll really talk about is why abuse recruiters enable harm. A lot of times it's internalized patriarchy. It's the belief that managing men is a woman's responsibility. And we've been fed this narrative throughout our entire lives. I mean, your favorite movie teaches you that to be a good woman, to be worthy of love, you have to help a man be a better man. I mean, that's literally the narrative of most of these. When you watch your favorite superhero movie, Iron Man, Batman, any woman in these series or these shows, the expectation is that she be able to make her bad man be good, make him turn away from his harm. Um, also, it's sometimes it's done out of fear. A lot of women, you know, fear retaliation. There are social consequences for speaking out. Um, I think we're seeing that even with the Cassie case. We're seeing a lot of women who've never talked about the harm that they've witnessed Cassie go through because of their own fear. And you do have to have empathy and compassion for that. But that doesn't mean that you have to put yourself in a space where you're harmed or you're at risk by that person. So I think I want to make that clear. And then you have the savior complex. You have some women who think that they're trying, you know, that they can fix this man, and you can fix an abuser. You just gotta, again, just love him till he, you know. I mean, isn't that the whole narrative? That's the storyline of John Wick. Like, they gave him 4 movies, and it's all because the wife that kept him under check, the wife who made him want to change his life and not want to take people's lives, died, and now he's all over the place, and everybody, you know, I mean, that's literally the narrative that we've been fed, that narrative since we were children. And so I definitely have a lot of empathy. I definitely feel like I've been in a space where I've made excuses for men and been harmful in that way. I'm glad that I'm no longer in that space, and I can now observe. You know, I feel like we're actually seeing a little bit of that right now. I talked about earlier about DDG and Haley Bailey. There's a lot of discourse. I watched the video earlier, and this woman 5 times, and at least 5 times in this video, said that Haley should have terminated, and she didn't use that term, but she used, you know, the other term. halo. And I'm thinking, like, do you not recognize how harmful a thing that is to say about a child who exists? Like, if she were at the point where she possibly could make that consideration, that would make sense. But you can't do that now. And that may not look like what you think abuse recruiting is, but that is, because you're like saying that in order for her not to have experienced this abuse, her only option was to terminate the baby. No, he shouldn't be an abuser. I feel like we've been programmed and conditioned to accept that men are harmful and men will hurt you. And so because of that, we just excuse, like, we don't hold men accountable. It's women's responsibility to adjust to men. You know, it's more than it doesn't sound like it, but it's the same conversation as you're saying the same thing as like, what were you doing out so late? You're saying choose better. You're basically saying you're basically victim blaming, essentially, and that's really what this chapter is about, and that's the conversation that I want to get Black women to. And I also want to get Black women to understand the nuance and how insidious male centeredness is, in that it can show up even when you think you're not, like, it can show up in so many different ways. And I think one of the biggest ways that it's showing up now is how we are just not holding men accountable and constantly expecting victims to adjust. Why didn't she leave? You know, those kind of conversations. That is abuse recruit. That is normalizing and justifying the harm of abusers. And I think I'll stop there.
That was a great deal and quite a bit to unpack by itself. Um, the term that we're more commonly, go on the,
No, go ahead. Or were
no,
you
go
going to
ahead.
ask the next question?
I was going to, but that's okay. Go ahead and get on in there. Get on in there.
Just one quick little note out here to everybody who's watching us live and or who is watching us, after the fact. I want each one of you I want y'all to, as Black women, I want you to stop and I want you to see where you are in that, which one of you are, which of the five are you based on your behaviors. Because see, we behave subconsciously and consciously based on what we actually believe. So if you believe in the patriarchy, it doesn't matter if you are going on the 4B thing or whatever. Whenever I hear women saying stuff like, oh, well, this is a failed patriarchy. No, it isn't a failed patriarchy. This patriarchies as a system operate on eating the most vulnerable. They operate on violence. Their natal tongue is violent. So if you believe that, no, I don't like I'm not a P word or whatever. No, baby girl, go back and look at the behaviors that love is describing to you. And then look at how you get down with other people. And I'm telling you now, don't sit here and fake yourself out. Oh, I would never, blah, 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 blah. No, you're doing it all the time, especially if you believe in a patriarchy. Yes, different levels. And love is trying to help you to see where you are if you are going to choose to do better. Because we understand that you don't know what you don't know. We've been programmed and conditioned in a patriarchy. Most of us only think we know that language as Black women, Black girls, Black femmes. Okay? Love is also giving us language, not based on all of just what y'all, have grown up with. Oh, what's the young people call it? Pick me or whatever the hell. No, she's giving you actual language for you to look at your behaviors. You out there, Black woman, examine your behaviors. If you are a church Black woman, I didn't say Christian. If you're a church Black woman and your tail is sitting up there in the churches talking about, well, what's going on with these young people today, these young women today, they don't even want to come to church. Well, it's not safe with your ass there, first of all, okay? Much less the pastor, that you're not reading the Bible. You're not actually following Christ. You don't have a relationship with Christ. You know how I know? Because you don't even know what that means. You haven't even studied those 4 gospels. Y'all keep, you go around everything else and not what Jesus actually did, how he actually had relationships with women. But you want to tell other Black women and Black girls that you need to be sacrificed for who? So you can get in a club? So you can be the hooker underneath the damn crossroads, of the Legion, just so you can be in close proximity, but you meaning that Pennywise clown, you underneath in the damn gutter, holding up a patriarchy and some bunch of bullshit that is killing us. And I'm telling you now, yeah, tag, you it. That's my new name for y'all. It. The white face paint, everything, just like Pennywise. It. And what you're doing is insidious. What you're doing by saying to a young Black woman who's pregnant that you need to go up to the front of the church and confess and all this other shit, you got to be out your damn mind. You got to be out your mind. You don't think that's horrible? Well, that's what she gets. So where's that Negro pen? Where's the penis? Oh, so he don't have to be held accountable? Well, she shouldn't have been wearing this or that. Look, hooker, I don't care what whoever wears, but this behavior is going to stop. So I'm telling you now, this is your chance. Well, you too late where I'm concerned. But anywho, this is your chance to get you some self-diagnosis and start working on your communication, the way you approach all of those things. Other Black women and Black girls and Black femmes. Because you are judging, Love Maya just went down the list. You're normalizing abuse. You blame survivors. You shame other women and girls. And you want to play that guilt shit. That's why I say, and just like she said, forgiveness, you push forgiveness. That's why y'all have heard me say for years now, I don't do forgiveness. That blame and shame and guilt shit, that's so somebody can jack you. And you ain't gonna be doing that over here. I just, even in the way you talk to yourselves. Oh, I know I shouldn't feel this way. Why shouldn't you feel whatever way you feel? That's because these people have taught you that everything you do and every other Black girl and Black woman, Black femme must be for their desires, their needs, their wants. And you trying to be, you ain't gonna never be actual Legion, honey. No, ma'am. You are it underneath in the gutter with some little rails underneath the damn sidewalk. When the shit go down into the gutter, that's you. Now you can come out of it, but you're gonna have to do some work on you. This isn't for you to go looking at every other Black woman. Oh, I know. Oh, you talking about such and so. Oh, I know just who that is. Oh, no, ma'am. It's called self-study. Okay, done.
Okay, this is good because it does highlight the danger of these behaviors. Auntie Love, you mentioned something very important about how we even talk to ourselves. Because I know because you did review it, Love Maya, the lack of empathy. I know it's in the list of the 9 traits. It is just below abuse recruiter. Um, Take us into the mind of the abuse recruiter. I mean, I just from having listened to you and what I've read, this would be a mind of someone who has lost connection, ability to have empathy, to genuinely connect with other Black women and girls, including themselves. Am I accurate on that?
I'm sorry. Can you one more time for me?
Take us into the mind of an abuse recruiter if you can. I mean, that's a very dangerous place to walk around in, but from what I'm gathering from you, this would be someone who lacks the ability to either, between your comments and Auntie Love's comments, this is the mindset of someone who lacks empathy for other Black women and girls, but also is very disconnected from each other, from even the self, if I'm understanding
Absolutely.
correctly. The abuse recruiter is really in a sounds like a very dangerous place mentally, even in connecting with their own Black womanhood.
Well, it definitely can be depending on where you are on the spectrum. But the one thing I again want to reiterate is that, like, the abuse recruiter has been all of us at some time or another, and I know that that may be hard for a lot of women to hear, but that's how the patriarchy operates. The patriarchy requires that men are able to operate without accountability, without consequence. And so, in order to make that possible, it is programmed and conditioned us to always have some excuse that absolves a man, some way to absolve the man. And so, whether it's, asking what a woman was wearing at the time of her assault, whether it was, saying you shouldn't have had the baby, you should have terminated your baby, it can show up in so many insidious ways. Um, but the one thing I will say is that when you're talking about the extremely male syndrome, and she's the easiest to spot because she believes that the way that she operates is the way to operate, right? And she has probably benefited in some ways from patriarchy that she feels like other women aren't. This is like you see women who are married and they operate and they say things. There's a content creator, just a girl, and she says the most outlandish things, and her value comes in being a wife and being chosen by a man. I mean, it shows up in so many different ways, but what it really boils down to is that I really want to answer this question, but I want to make it clear that, like, at a base level, we all have some degree of male centeredness in us. And so, but an outward expression of that is, she is going to, the abuse recruiter, she's going to make excuses, she's going to justify, she's going to blame some survivors. So in her mind, men are always justified in what they do. It's always a woman's job to pivot and to adjust to accommodate the man. You are always supposed to be aware that he's just being a man, right? Even if you're saying men will hurt, this is how men are dangerous, you're still absolving men by not asking him to be accountable for his actions. And if you find yourself participating in that, it's not hard for you to end up in a space where you've become an abuse recruiter, where you're now saying that if a woman is harmed, somehow she has done something to contribute to her harm. Um, so again, some examples. She's gonna make excuses for cheaters. She might even introduce you and try to get you to talk to her cousin who she know and cheat on his last 3, 4, 5 girlfriends, but he just need the right one. Um, she might even be dismissive of harm. There are a lot of people, as we have this conversation, as Diddy is going through his trial, there are a lot of people who are saying, a lot of, I've seen Black women blaming her and saying, well, why didn't she leave? She wanted to be famous. She wanted the money. She wanted to. Whenever you find yourself unable to talk about what the abuser has done wrong, that's a big sign. Whenever you're finding yourself talking about all of the adjustments that the victim should have made to avoid being abused, that's a sign that you are an abuse recruiter. Encouraging relationships based on some false idea that a man is healed or he's different now or he's a changed man because of you. It can look so many like, and that's the thing I really want with Black women to understand. It can look so many ways. I think the way that people think it looks is come on over here and let this man beat you up, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But and it can look like that. It can be go back to your abusive boyfriend, but it can also be the conversation that I see a lot of people having right now involving Haley saying that you shouldn't have had a baby, or we tried to tell you, or you should have known better. That excuses the behavior of harm. You're basically saying she wouldn't have been harmed if she had known better, when in reality she wouldn't have been harmed if he wasn't an abuser. If that makes sense.
It so basically, if we were to boil this down to the abuse recruiter, speaking of even herself or other Black women and girls, whatever happens is your fault. Basically,
Basically, yes.
it's some version
And she
of
will, I'm glad you mentioned that. She will, in fact, blame herself. If she is harmed by a man, she will, in fact, blame herself for that harm. I should have known better. Why did I go there? Why did I do that? She will blame herself. There are a lot of women who do not recognize that if you are a victim of abuse, it is because a man is an abuser. It's for no other reason than that. He is an abuser. You can't make a person an abuser. There's nothing you can say, do. You are an abuser. It's that simple. And so, yes, and I think that's one of the things I really want to hit. And I feel like Auntie Love talked about this a little bit. Is that as you read this book, don't be trying to pick out the women in your life that you believe are an abuse recruiter. Be looking at how you have participated in this behavior of being an abuse recruiter. When you read this book, you're looking at your own actions and your own behaviors, because if we individually take accountability for our own actions and how these things show up in us individually, we can improve the collective, right? That's the only way you do that work, is that you have to take individual responsibility for what you contribute to the problem, right? And so how are we contributing to male centeredness? And if you start from a place that and understanding that we all are contributing to it, then you know you need to do the work, and it makes it easier to do the work. This is one of the reasons I don't like the term pick me, because it shames, right? I don't want to
Mm-hmm.
shame you. I want to encourage you to understand, like, because again, I truly believe that, like, literally this is how this system is designed. And it's not just in your romantic relationships and or even in your parental relationships. It's in your workplace, it's in your church, it's in your and male centeredness is in every aspect of living. It is entrenched in the fabric of existence now, because men control everything. I mean, and you have to know that when you talk about a thing like 2025, right? Who's doing that and what is their goal? It is to oppress and suppress women. And the one thing I will say is and I talk about this in the book, Black women have to understand, and we have to know that the reason why this system is designed to harm us is because they fear our potential, what we can do and what we would do if we weren't if we didn't have their foot on our neck our entire existence. They fear our potential. Like, Black people, we have so much beauty, so much magic. We are goddess born, but if you don't have the space to tap into that, then you don't become a threat anymore, right? And that's what this system is all designed to do. And so when you understand that, then it makes it a lot easier. It doesn't have to be harmful. We could do this work without harming each other. And I think that's one of the things I really want us to understand too. There's a way for us to do this work without becoming the abusers of our sisters, right?
Mm-hmm.
And language matters a lot. And
okay.
so that's
I
why
have
I come up with the term extremely male centered, predominantly male centered. Like, let's look at it like as a spectrum. And I've yet to meet a woman in real life that is completely liberated and completely self centered. And so I have an understanding that we all need to do this work, and I also have an understanding that this work is perpetual. It's a constant work. We're going to have to constantly work at being self-centered because we've lived for so long in an environment that has told us to decenter ourselves in order to center maleness, if that
Okay,
makes sense.
it does. Okay, I have a hypothetical for you. And this is as
Mm-hmm.
a Christian black woman who goes to church. Not, but I grew up church, just like practically everybody else. But worked on discovering, okay, some of this stuff here that y'all doing is not how the Lord Jesus Christ treats women and children. So no, we can't uphold that. And some of y'all I'm gonna have to go take down because this is not what we can't do any of this. I've recently had the privilege of some of my little girl students coming back to church after 10, 15 years. Some of them have children. The men are absent. And so I find myself in the position of defending them against the normal things that happen. Now, before reading your book, I didn't have the term abuse recruitment. But if I'm understanding you correctly, because like I said, they came back because they trust me with their children. They trust me that I'm not going to make a difference between them and the other mothers, and I'm not going to make a difference between their children and the ones who, quote unquote, did it the right way, quote unquote, because that's the standard way that this is handled. Now, fortunately, our pastor was raised by his grandmother, so he knows what the opposite side of that is. He knows that y'all, there's gonna be bad situations if he or anyone else. But fortunately, he's not on that page. He's not a passer. At least he has some knowledge. But if I'm understanding you correctly, and it's something I have to work with because this is a new situation for me. I've been teaching long enough to have grown adult girl students. Really, this comes down to me being sure to behave with them in such a way where their children are not treated as a sin and that they are not treated as worthless because they are now mothers who have been abandoned by the fathers of their children. I'm even trying not to use the standard language because
Mm-hmm.
clearly the father's choice to be absent is the father's fault. And these
Right.
children are beautiful children. I mean, they are intelligent, they are gifted in every different way. And in my mind, I'm kind of like, how can anybody make them the problem? And the mother who is working overtime to make their life everything it needs to be, how can she be the problem? But in listening to what you're telling me, as someone who's been in church my entire life, I have to work even harder because abuse recruiting is a slippery slope. Am I getting the
Absolutely.
right information? Abuse recruiting can be a very slippery slope. And it also means that not only do I have to watch out for myself, but I got to watch out double much for other black women who may not be intending to be abuse recruited, but they don't even know this is what they're actually doing. So now I got to vet the people who are around, and that's not even speaking yet of the men. But just this is a slippery slope that we can get on. Like you said, it's easy to identify the woman who, has incest going on in her house. It's easier to identify DDG's mom, but this is something that we really have to be constantly thinking about because abuse recruiting is so much of how we operate in this society in every different place where there are black women and children. It's very easy to slip back into abuse recruiting if we're not careful. Is this because, like I said, this is a new situation for me. I've been doing this long enough to have like adult girl students, and this basically since Mr. Orange was elected, this has become a thing. They're coming home because they're scared. But coming back to the black church, I mean, we're doing, compared to previous decades, we're doing well, but it's still a dangerous place. There's still women who don't know how to do anything else. But from what I'm hearing you say, we are steeped in abuse recruiting. Just as a culture, that's a lot of what we, and of course, most of them have not read your book yet. I'll see what I can do about that. But this is really a spectrum of blaming women and children for everything. And women whose fathers have abandoned their children are especially vulnerable. So we really need to tighten up because that's deep, by the way. And sometimes these women have behaviors that they've been through a lot. They're acting out. They're suffering greatly. They're greatly in need of love and being able to manage. Okay, you need to be responsible for your part. And at the same time, we have to not put on you the burden that's not yours to bear. And being able to kind of thread that needle, we really have to be very, very careful. Am I getting this? Because this is kind of blowing my mind.
Yeah, you said a lot that I agree with. So first of all, I like that you mentioned not calling women who are raising children alone single moms and calling them fatherless parents. I talk about that in the book in chapter 2. I offer up some alternative language before we move forward in the book. And fatherless parent or fatherless child is some of that language to put the accountability where it belongs. And I think that I'm glad you brought that up because even in using that language, single mother, that is in a way absolving. A lot of that is absolving a man of responsibility for his absence. And so I definitely think that we should really, really consider reframing that language and choosing different language just to not be harmful. But I think when it comes to doing the work of decentering, well, I don't like the term decentering. I'm actually trying to move away from using it because I think that Black women are actually already decentered from ourselves, and that's why we're male centered. And I think that talking about decentering men is actually focusing more on men than we need to. The work really needs to be in self centering. But I think a big part of that is being able to do the work for yourself as an individual. You know, the unfortunate thing is that there's always going to be abuse recruiters because that's how the patriarchy operates. The patriarchy needs that to thrive. That's why it's one of its forms of programming and conditioning that it does. That's always going to exist. I think that what we can do as individuals is number one, be constantly aware of how it shows up in us, be constantly self reflecting, be constantly open to being challenged on that, but also be able to remove yourself from environments where you can't redirect that behavior. Whether it's because you don't have the capacity to, you don't feel like it, you don't want to, or it's just not even possible. Like we have to learn how to start removing ourselves from those environments when we can. Because some of us were raised with mothers who are abuse recruiters who would try to encourage you to get with a man because we had money and nothing else mattered about him. Now he showed up. Um, so, you know, I don't know what your situation is, but if you can move yourself from that environment, move yourself from that person, I would definitely encourage that. But I think that more than anything, I would really encourage Black women to really work on themselves because you can't change other people's behavior. We can get on this app and we can have conversations about it all we want, but it's still up to the individual person to do that work to change. And so if we each do the work of taking accountability for how it shows up in us, and again, it comes with the honest conversation that we all have the capacity and we all could be an abuse recruiter. All you got to do is make an excuse for a man, justify a man's abuse, and you become an abuse recruiter. It's not hard, especially in our day and age where we're constantly fed different language and different ways to blame women. So I just think that if you're conscious and aware of how it shows up in you, then you're reducing it, and then also you're likely calling it out and challenging it how it shows up in other people.
Okay,
So
this tells me
yeah,
something. Oh, I'm sorry, you weren't finished. Go
no,
ahead.
no, that was it. That definitely was it.
This tells me that my Black girl students are actually because Auntie Love mentioned, older Black women talk about why aren't these girls in church and all the rest. No, they actually removed themselves from the situations for a decade, and they came back when they felt it was safe. When I had fought off enough people, taken out enough people that it was safe for them. Then they came. Yeah, there are a few, Auntie Love. I mean, there have been a few days where I just decided, well, no, sister, you done said what to this Black girl? Oh, no, no, no. Let me explain to you how this works. And since I grew up under all and didn't know I had so much option leaving, they're always surprised when I come back and have to just tell them who they are and what they are. Did not have the language that we have today. I Christianly blessed them out, let them know. No, this is what Jesus said. You want a millstone, you go get that. You want some cement overshoes from Jesus stuff, you go get that. You're not doing it over here. You ain't running nothing. So apparently these stories got out, but these young women had sense enough to remove themselves from a dangerous environment. They basically let us get it together for a decade, and now they are choosing how to bring themselves back in, meaning that there's more consciousness that they had that I had at that age. One thing I have never said to them is where you been and why you haven't and so forth and so on. I'm just so glad I haven't done that. Because even to do that is a form of abuse recruiting. to ask a black woman to stay in a situation that is not safe for her to open up some ancient institution. Not that my church is that old, but by comparison to a young black woman, it may as well be an old plantation if it's not acting right. I mean, I'm just keeping it 100. But no, they had the consciousness. Now, I'm not saying that the world they went into was any safer for them, but I also can say that if you're going to deal with abuse recruiters either way, it's a whole nother level to be abused in church. That's a whole nother level because that's really the last, if Christ is who he says he is, and I'm saying if for the sake of argument, it's not up for debate with me, but I can understand why it would be up for debate for other people who have had different experiences in church and who were blamed for things that happened to them because they're surrounded by abuse recruiters. That's really, these young women have greater consciousness than I had 20 years ago to realize I got to go. I got to go.
Mm-hmm.
And then they came back when it worked for them to come back. When we added free breakfast, when we added more programs, when I was running a lot of those programs so that they knew I would kill folk if necessary on their behalf, when they felt it was safe for them to bring themselves and their children back. Then they came back to blame them for leaving, to talk about how they left God, to inquire too much into their business, to even be asking too much about where you're at. All of this would be forms of abuse recruiting. If I'm understanding you correctly, all those very common behaviors would be forms of abuse with these very conscious young women of who stayed out of a space that wasn't safe until they felt it was. Okay, I have made too many horrific mistakes, but I'm very glad to be able to sit here and talk to you because, like I said, I'm trying to navigate this on the fly as best I can. And I talk to Auntie Love quite often, but your book really gives us, hearing you explain, okay, abuse recruiting is more than you think, really helps me to figure out, okay, I'm not making terrible mistakes, but I can tighten up over there because this is going to probably continue to recur as my students hit their teens and their 20s. And so this is going to probably recur. And then when I get ready to pass this on to someone who's 20 now I can give her tools to be like, okay, now when your younger siblings come through here, we don't even have to try to figure it out. Now we know what we need to do, what we need to avoid. Okay, so I'm getting it. In the church environment, this is very important. It's not like we could not study this out from a proper study of scripture. It's just that most Christian women do not want to do this. It's just like Auntie Love is up here talking about, I'm offering 3 courses for free. Well, there's a Bible everywhere. Ain't nobody trying to figure out if this ain't cool. Ain't nobody trying to do that much study. But Black Woman Centered is a nice size. But even so, talking to you is really valuable because I'm getting a sense of, okay, if recruitment is this, anytime we default to blaming the woman, we are abuse recruiting. Is this accurate?
It's not necessarily when you default to blame the man. It's when you default to blame the man in an effort to encourage the woman to stay in that position or women to.
Okay.
When you're
so if we're blaming a woman in order to encourage her to submit to abuse, that is abuse recruiting. In other words, we're opening her up to be vulnerable to more abuse. We're taking away the possibility of help seeking at all. We have basically then decided this is another place. Well, I may as well stay in that situation because I can't get no help over there. I can't even talk about how many times it's beginning to be a thing. Like, okay, so when we're not saying that women are not responsible for their choices, but we are saying every time we try to frame that in terms of the man is left out of accountability, that's abuse recruiting. We're not saying that, we are grown, we are adults, we do choose what we're going to do, but at the same time, there's a line there of whenever we're trying to absolve men of their part of any situation, we're abuse recruiting. Anytime we attempt to hold women accountable in such a way that would encourage them to excuse what a man is doing, we're abuse recruiting. That's where that line of
not what we're holding. We should be accountable for the things that we can be accountable for. A lot of times, what you see in abuse recruiting is that you're asking women to be accountable for things that they can't be. You can't be accountable for how somebody behaves and how somebody treats you. You can, you can't. Like, if a man is abusing you, it's because he's an abuser. It's not because of anything
Right?
you've done other than he's an abuser. Um, but abuse recruiter doesn't see it that way. An abuse recruiter sees it as, again, you're supposed to adjust to the man's abuse. And the abuse recruiter believes that there's always a way that you can adjust to a man's abuse. You shouldn't go out late. You shouldn't wear certain clothes. You shouldn't say certain things. You shouldn't raise your voice a certain level. The abuse recruiter is always reason to blame the woman. She's going to try to encourage you to be in harmful situations because she doesn't hold men accountable, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does. I mean, I'm obviously gonna have to go back and wrap my. This is like I said, this is sort of mind blowing because, like I said, there are the obvious cases that we know about, but there's many subtle ways, and I'm gonna have to kind of
He's,
roll my
he's an
mind around this.
enabler. There was an incident on TikTok not too long ago. There was a black woman who who posted a video of her son, and she said, "This is my son. He's so great. He's a catch. He's handsome. He's this. He's that." And the video went viral, and eventually a young girl comes out and says, "This man stole money from me. He did really horrible things to me, and his mother is aware that he did these things to me."
She's an
His mother
abuse
was an
recruiter.
abuse recruiter. She was recruiting other victims for her son. She knew that there had been this, at least an allegation, that he had done something violent to a girl, that he had stole from her, that he had treated her harmfully. And here she is saying, "He's a great catch. Come get with my son. Be with my son," who is an abuser of women. Now you have recruited him. You have recruited women to be harmed by him. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, that's another wrinkle. So we okay. Well, side note to the side note, we really have to be if we recommend men for things at all, therefore, this would suggest we really need to be. I'm just saying, if we recommend men at all, if this does happen, because there are professional settings in which, if you're still in the workforce, things like that will happen. But we really have to be careful because, like I said, you can slide. Well, we see his mother glided a line. She knew and was doing it, so that's open.
Right.
But we can
She made an
accidentally.
excuse. In her mind, it was probably the girl who made her son do those things. You see what I'm saying? Like,
Right. In her mind, it could not be her son's fault. Because
right.
basically her
So,
son, well, in a Christian sense, basically she's putting her son out here as the only begotten son of God, just as perfect and blameless. And
and
because she's
blameless.
her only begotten now. She's perfect and he's perfect and blameless, and that didn't even happen, and it's her fault, and the rest of y'all will just be fine with him because he's perfect and blameless unless you do something dumb. That
Well,
seems
see,
to be kind of ooh,
and
that's
what I
heavy
You
see
know
right
is
there.
what?
what
There's
what I
there's
see.
a there's a couple of things, right? Like, this is what I keep saying to us. Or wait, when black women are telling me, well, I don't, I'm not gonna go. This was not okay. Recently, that's all changed. Okay, since this election and whatever. But black women would tell me the reason they're not going to defend themselves or learn how to defend themselves or whatever, it really is steeped in patriarchal beliefs, right? And that some of them were like, "Oh, I'm not going to do it because only thugs do that. I'm not going to do it because that's too masculine. I'm not going to be do it because um, for black women, black men are supposed to provide and protect. I'm not going to do it because whatever it comes down to, we have decided that we're not going to defend, learn, do what it takes to learn to defend ourselves. And thus, God is born black girls, right? The babies. If you're unwilling to defend yourself, then girl, it's a good bet that you're not going to do it for others. Okay. So this whole thing where we believe as God is born, okay, I'm separating us out precisely because of the insidiousness of an abuse recruiter. Whether they know it or not or whatever, it's still deadly, right? So this idea that males can legitimize a goddess born, and what I've been calling us goddess born for a while, or in Auntie D's case, a child of Jesus, okay, daughter of Jesus, okay, basically the same thing, okay. So you're saying that only a Negropean or whoever you talking about can legitimize me? How? How do you legitimize a goddess born? I was born free. The rest of you women, sure. Some of y'all, the way that the Bible is situated, and I don't just feel like, I know that we are brutalizing Black women and Black girls, beating them over head with things that okay, y'all don't even know what you're talking about. Like, you didn't even read your own damn Bible. What do you mean? Okay, so before, we have in our minds that outside of ourselves, somebody else has to legitimize us. Specifically, in the case of many Black women, is a Black man has to marry you and wipe you up or whatever. Okay, if that's you, but the fact that you're pushing that off on other people, and the links that some of us will go through, which makes us, like a 1 on love scale, right? Like Dee said, that's obvious. But this insidiousness is where I have a major problem. Now, I'll give you an example of my own, because some of my examples comes directly from my own family of Black women, okay? And I'm over here lighting people. I don't care, give a damn about that. Oh, I'll let my aunt know that you're not gonna be around anymore. Because just because you my cousin don't mean I'm not gonna light your ass up too. Especially. So my cousins are like, for years, oh, when are you gonna get married? Blah blah blah. And da 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 da. Now, when I did get married, and yes, he has to bend the knee. I don't know what everybody else do, but I must be. Is there a 10 on the list? Great. Ain't no peen running shit. They're not leaders. Women have 2,000 to 5,000 more genomes. We sit here and we'll call who so-and-so a pussy and all this other stuff. Girl, no, they ain't. Flick a ball. They on the ground. While we actually create humans in our own body. So you trying to tell me that this over here can legitimize who? We were here first. We were the first divine beings in human form. They little paltry science shit tracks us 2,000 to 3,000 years. And white folks, they about 8 second years old. So I don't know how you put them in charge of anything or think they ought to be leading anything. They are still dragging their knuckles and mouth breathing. And then here comes the males of whatever. Oh, we are hard men, da da da. Oh, I'm only protecting the Black women in my family. No, motherfucker, you ain't doing that at all. That's a damn lie, because I can bring out statistics. and allegory after allegory after allegory, okay, including my own. So you a lie. You are not, as a Black man, out here protecting the women in your family either. Because if that's the case, why are Black girls being raped by the time they're 18, 60%? Why are Black women out here with the highest rate of all women? We're only 10% of the women in the United States. So why are Black women 40% of the DV cases? And hold that thought. Because only 1 in 15 Black women even will go to the police or whatever, report it. So if we know for a fact that of women, Black women are 40% of the DV, let me tell you something, nigga, that's you. That's not whatever the hell you talking about. You ain't protecting the women in your family, the women up the street, the hooker, you whatever. You ain't doing none of the above. And those of you who are Black women, and like I told one of my cousins recently, because she was saying she was going to be having they're going to have a family reunion on her father's side or whatever. My grandmother only had daughters, right? So I was raised by my grandmother, who is goddess born. My mother was one of those anomalies that's going to pop up when you're using violence to harness Black women. Some of them are going to come up as psychopaths. They're going to be born that way. In other words, soulless. You understand? Because you cannot keep abusing people's bodies in the way that y'all have been abusing Black women, Black girls, Black femmes' bodies for 407 years now. So this girl is, now we grew up as sisters. You know how it is in the South, right? Even your cousin, you know, if you grow up together, that's your sister, your brother, whatever. Okay. So she's over here talking about, oh, we gonna have a reunion and blah blah blah, and I don't know why these kids don't want to come and da 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 da. Well, hooker, you got a predator at that end of the table, and a lowbrow predator. Okay, I mean like a frog that licks their tongue out and shit, just lazy as fuck to get a fly. Okay, it's just sitting there. And at the other end, you got a damn pedophile. And in the middle, you got a bunch of y'all church Black women amening and praying and saying on everything they do. Well, I know there's problems, but they have history to give us. What? What history? How they kick women's ass? How your granddaddy went around impregnating everybody else, and all of y'all is over here talking about, well, those women were whores. No, they weren't the whores. Okay? And your grandmother's the sweetest woman, one of the sweetest women I've ever met. Her grandmother on her father's side, right? He stomped her ass every chance he got. She had 5 children by this man. He beat her ass from one end of that where they grew up to the other. Now, when y'all wasn't doing that, those same motherfuckers were out fucking little boys and girls. And so you telling me that they gonna be at the cookout?
Wait.
Oh, you should invite me, because I don't sit with lowbrow predators, and I don't have no respect for them or the pedophiles. I'm here to destroy them. So if you call me and you invite me to some shit and you invited them too, I'm setting their ass on fire, and you know it. I don't give a fuck if I'm at a funeral. I don't give a fuck where I'm at. You don't get to sit in my motherfucking presence with all of these children.
Can I ask a question?
And I destroy you.
they
What
honestly,
the?
I mean,
Why the hell would you ever ask me to come? I thought you liked these two motherfuckers, or 3 or 4, or whoever it is. I thought you liked them. You upholding them. Now, why the hell would you ask me to come? Because I'm setting them all on fire. I'm cutting all of y'all down. And I'm telling you right now, I want somebody to say something. I want you to say something. I want that one to say something. And you can have your tongue removed. It's not a problem. But I'm cutting them motherfuckers down. Because they're not going to prey on another child. And neither you, hooker.
so for clarity, I just need 2 pieces of clarification. One, someone actually had the temerity to say to you they need to be there because of the history. And
Mm-hmm.
2,
Mm-hmm.
the history of abuse recruiting, apparently. Because number 2, the kids that they abused have kids now. And they're still inviting them to come do this a second time over 2 generations. I'm not going to put your age out there because you look, your skin is immaculate and all the rest. These are not young women who do not know how to live. If they're peers to you, we would say that they are at least old enough to, in theory, having counted right from wrong somewhere. But they are actually up here expecting everyone to submit to feeding another generation of little ones to this, and are mad at the parents of today's little ones because the parents of today's little ones are not about to bring their
Mm-hmm.
children into the foolery because they already know what's going to
Yep.
happen, and they mad because they're not getting the family history. I'm just, I know
And
you
you
don't
and
lie
you
about
ought
this
to.
stuff.
She ought to be mad. They all ought to be mad. That's my thing. Hey, I done told y'all don't invite me to this shit because I'm fucking them all up, and I do. We all know I will. It's not a thing. So really, you must not really like them. These motherfuckers. Especially if you invited me to the same damn thing you invited them. But you want to play this game where you don't want to tell me that they're coming. No, I already know all about this shit. I don't know who you think you talking to. But
Okay.
I
Ooh.
have um, I have, you know, younger cousins on that side because you know why? Not just her and her sister and 2 brothers that I grew up as siblings with. I'm talking about that motherfucker that was her grandfather. He actually made so many damn other families that I got cousins twice. So y'all ain't about to tell me shit. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you, I'm taking all of them down and I'm gonna laugh while I fucking do it. And that's all there
Okay.
is to it. So if you want to keep your peens that you worship safe, I would suggest you never come through talking about, oh, let's all get together and there's some of the other shit. Because
Ooh.
I'm not about that shit. This is not a legend. I will kill on behalf of a child. Now that's that. Period. And I don't
Okay.
care now that that child is now 30 or 40.
That shouldn't make any
You
difference.
motherfuckers keep doing the same thing. And I'm telling you now, this is about you because you never had to bring this all together. Why wouldn't you just have, this over here for this group and that one or whatever you're doing? But don't you ever think about inviting me that sit in the presence of frogs and ants and shit. Because
This
when
is
I
a
pull my shit, they all gonna scatter. Cause really, they ain't brave.
no.
They're not, they haven't gone through what we have. So it was that, but also the point that we are taught to manage the emotions of grown ass men. They can't manage their own thoughts, feelings, or emotions, and then they escalate, and then their behavior is, of course, violent. Whether it's calling you out your name, whether it's insisting on you getting your phone number, or whatever it is. Okay? So you trying to tell me that we're supposed to be teaching little black girls to manage the behavior of grown-ass motherfucking males? You telling me that a 19-year-old girl, Cassie, is supposed to manage the emotions of P. Diddy? So you can't manage your own emotions as a male. So again, why do we have this mindset that they should be leading some shit? In fact, I love hearing these motherfuckers talk about, well, once my sperm leaves my body, then it's on wherever. Okay, so they can't manage their sperm either? Well, damn. We're the only reason your sperm can move in the first place, because we're the ones it's only women. We gave that coding to what we're calling women. We gave that coding to other women to be able to pass down mitochondria. Fathers don't pass down mitochondria because they missing a part of their damn. What the hell is happening here that y'all think I'm gonna sit here and manage this nigga's emotions? I keep telling y'all, you need to tell your sons, oh, if you see this woman, if this is ask whoever you dating, do they know her? Because then you can't date her because she gonna blow y'all up. Okay, yeah, that's what you need to do. Because little black girls and young black women are no longer going to be managing the volatile emotions of grown-ass motherfuckers. That's out. So you better spread the word to the rest of you male-centered women's peen lovers. Need to put peens on a pedestal or whatever the hell you do. So, you know, this idea that I, as goddess born, can be legitimized by who? I come from the bloodlines who created all of y'all. So what the fuck are you talking about? You can't lead goddess born because y'all can't lead anyone. You can't even lead your own sperm. You can't even be responsible for where your sperm end up. What kind of shit is that? Girl, no. We ain't doing none of that. So y'all can take your little hierarchy and figure it out or don't figure it out. We have been giving you prompt after prompt. And now we have Love Maya, and she is providing you with an opportunity to look within you to start to correct your behaviors, because you're not only harming yourself, which I guess is your business, okay? When it gets into a realm where I show up is when you fucking putting that on little goddess born girls and young women, because that's gonna be a fuck no. So yes, it's 100% true. I agree with both of y'all. It's like you said, Auntie Love, look, it's steeped in abuse. It's a patriarchy. I understand the rules. I just don't give a fuck about their rules and their regulations. How do you think you're going to sit here and tell me that I need to get with y'all's laws? Which one? The one where you go and you mass murder and drop bombs on children? So which law? Yeah, I'm not doing none of that. Fuck you, fuck your laws. We all gonna be out here just outlaws. Well, I've been one. I don't care about your patriarchy. I don't give a fuck what they think. I don't care how they feel. The problem all of y'all are gonna have is the moment you take those thoughts and those feelings and you choose to act on it. And it causes, you causing some harm to who? Goddess born girls? No, I'm here to make sure that everybody out there who is anti-black woman, black girl, I'm putting all of y'all on see you after school. Huh? I'm gonna see your ass after school. Because see, I understand how this works. Power requires representation in a fucking patriarchy. And I'm here for that shit. So when you roll up with your bullshit and you want to talk about this peen and that peen and Reverend Al Sharpton is represent. He don't represent a motherfucking thing where I'm concerned. I'm gonna you just talk for yourself. Fuck that weirdo. I've yet to see him come up with one thing that makes sure that we as goddess born black women, black girls have a health care system that centers us. I ain't never seen none of them niggas do any of that. And even if they do, it's just so they can set us up to have white folks come drop bombs and shit because they don't do protecting. They in cahoots with these people. So what did y'all think? What did you think this was gonna be? I don't give a fuck. I don't care about y'all little rules and shit. Why would you think I would? I'm goddess born. And more than that, I'm of the bloodline of Sekhmet. We are warrior healers. I'm a healer so I can heal goddess born. I'm a warrior so I can take you motherfuckers out. So you think you get to roll up and do whatever? See, it's in your mind that it's fine for you to do what you're doing to goddess born. Little black girls, and young black women. It's in your mind. You don't have a proper fear. But I'm going to make sure you do. I'm that nightmare you motherfuckers have been talking about. I'm the reason why you scared to have black women be single and mothers. I chose to be a single mother. Now what? Because ain't no niggas running shit over here, and I don't care what their ethnicity is. If you ain't been in a knee, if I got to start wondering what use are you to me, you need to run. That's what you need to do. You shouldn't be here. But I'm telling y'all right now, fear. Because nobody should have it in their head that they should approach a goddess born. Y'all ain't walking up on white women's like that. You ain't. You know why? Because they put fear in your head. As soon as you even think about it, you stop yourself. Well, I'm here to help you do the same thing when it comes to goddess born.
May I just interject here, just in the interest of time? I know that Love Maya has another appointment that she has to keep, and just respecting that, because I know we're coming up on the hour and a half mark. I know that there was one thing that you would ask, that if you do have time, because I know we're running very close to the edge, to review the 5 traits for us, for the 5 states of being a black woman, just so people can know how it is, if you have time. Because I know
So when you say the 5 traits, you mean the
the
stages
5
of male
states of
centered?
being a black woman. Yes, from
Of being
extremely
male
male
centered.
centered to liberated.
Right. Okay, so first you have, at the far end of the spectrum, you have your extremely male centered woman. She operates within you'll see all 9 of the traits show up in her. She is the most dangerous. She is an abuse recruiter, as we've talked about. She centers men. She blames women she exonerates men by blaming women. She consumes male centered media. All of the 9 traits she exhibits. And she's the easiest to identify, right? Usually, because she operates with the understanding that her male centeredness is best, and in some ways it may have benefited her. Then you have the predominantly male centered woman. She starts to exhibit less traits, but she still is a danger to Black women and girls. She will still validate men, but she may be at that point where she's starting to see that at least she can see something. She's operating differently than the extremely male centered woman, in that maybe she's not as dangerous. Her thoughts and ideations are not as ideas are not as dangerous. Then you have the disenchanted Black woman, and I think a lot of Black women find themselves stuck in this stage. Um, at this point, she recognizes that men are harmful, but she doesn't recognize how she's internalized how she is harmful, how her internalized male centeredness has made her harmful to other women. So she will still use the language of male centeredness. She'll still use the language of men. She'll still exonerate men. So she still operates. She still shows some traits. By this point, I think she's exhibiting. There is a range, and honestly I can't remember offhand, but I think at this point she's exhibiting at least four traits of
Three to
that.
five. You have 3 to 5 written here.
Okay, so
Nope.
3 to 5. That sounds about right. And then you have the liberated. I'm sorry. Then you get to your transition. So at this point, you recognize that you are male centered. That it is part of the conditioning. You recognize that men are harmful. You recognize that your male centered is harmful, but you're still doing the work to unpack that. And so you still fall into those traits, at least a few of them, but you're more aware of it and you're able to call it out or be called in. So you are at this stage, you do become safe for Black women and girls, other Black women and girls, because you're correctable. And then you get to the liberated, the self-centered Black woman. At this point, she centers herself, so she centers her safety, and she starts to center the safety and the well-being of other Black women and girls. And she's not exhibiting any of those traits of male-centeredness. And she becomes well. The hope is that the liberated woman it becomes the facilitator of the liberation of the other women, because she's even in just being an example, there's not necessarily a lot of work you have to do if you're able to be a positive example of that for young Black women and girls to see the benefit of being self-centered. So yeah, those are the 5 stages of male-centeredness. And then again, those 9 traits will help you figure out where you are within that stage, depending on how they show up. And keep in mind, again, that it's insidious and there are very subtle ways, and we've been programmed and conditioned so well that there are a lot of ways that we don't recognize male-centeredness showing up and operating in our lives. And so the book is meant to be a tool to help you identify that.
Auntie Love, before you go, first of all, I adore you. Okay. I just had to put that out there again. Okay. Before you go though, I want to make sure we did put in the description where everyone can purchase the book. Okay. A Black Woman Centered. I of course put your contacts, TikTok and those things, right? And to be clear, in order for anyone to be in our landing Discord, because we're vetting Black women, we're not letting just anywho, Love Maya Edwards' book, A Black Woman Centered. You must have read it within 4 weeks. And girl, don't try no nonsense, okay? Because me and Dee have already read it. So if I'm asking you something, trust me, I already know the answer. I'm just trying to see if you actually did, that, because I will be able to tell too. So will Auntie D through your behaviors. We listen to behaviors. We're very good at it. Okay. So I want to make sure that everyone knows that you can buy Love Maya's book. The link is in the description. Okay. And my expectation is that y'all share and y'all spread this around. Why don't y'all have some book studies about on A Black Woman Centered, and have a bunch of discussions around it, and take your tails over there to TikTok to Centering Black Women and Black Girls, because that's Love Maya's handle. She's doing classes. So why all of y'all are somewhere else, I don't I don't know, because a lot of you turn around and go, well, I don't feel safe, and can you help me, and blah blah blah. Anywho, first of all, go pick up Love Maya Edwards, A Black Woman Centered, and read it, and start taking notes and comprehending, and go listen to this incredible goddess born woman with all of her expertise and understanding, and get some for yourself, about you. And I'm telling y'all now, don't be going over there to centering Black women, Black girls over there on TikTok or YouTube and saying some slick shit, because I'm gonna take you out. Just know that.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Please don't do it. For your own protection.
I don't play about goddess born. Don't do it. I don't care who you think you are. You understand? Because I want to see you come toe to toe with me with your bullshit. You are not going to mess with the brilliance of Love Maya Edwards. Let me be clear. Okay? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much
like
for coming back this second time and spending your valuable time with us. And we even took you over, and you remain gracious, epitomizing your desire to see other Black women liberated. We appreciate your time. And
thank you so much.
I don't know, we may invite you to come back a third time, because we still haven't completely dug into this book the way we might. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
We enjoy having
I don't know why you ain't,
me, ladies.
I'm not even gonna fuss with you. I ain't gonna fuss at you. Have a great morning, actually, over there.
Morning.
Have a
that's
great
right.
morning.
Y'all have a good evening. Thank you so much for having me.
All right, goodbye. Enjoy your day.
You too.
She is brilliant.
Yeah, now I have to say, mind blown again. Mind blown again. Because I didn't realize it was that kind of slippery slope. It's really very easy to go from, obviously the bottom two stages can overlap, but even when you think you're up at the top, you still need to be careful, because there's so many more ways that there's just more stuff than I thought. It really was very helpful to have her come and break down what this looks like. That was deep. That was deep.
Yeah. And the way, it's just like what you've been saying, right? Like, we've added that to our vetting, because her book, precisely because we want Black women who come through to be able to have those levers so that they can free themselves. And her book is a very, very much a part of freeing your mind and your mindset and your belief in fairy tales about how I don't know, dude is going to come save you or something on a white horse. Have y'all not really looked at those princess movies y'all all romanticizing about? Girl, you didn't really look at it. Go back and go watch you some, whoever it is, okay? I don't know, Snow White, one of them. And you will see that a bunch of dummies, males.
Well, it's even worse than that.
Women have to end up saving their tails. Hello?
Well, it's even worse than that if you think about it. If you take Snow White or Sleeping Beauty back to back. Okay, let's deal with Snow White. Okay, so first of all, we have Snow White, a white slave-owning woman, in essence, 7 dwarfs. They are not worthy enough to be competitors for her hand. They are physically deformed, therefore they work for her. Basically, I owe. So it's off to work I go. That's not how it's written, but we're not doing copyright strikes. You know what I'm saying? So they work for her. The enemy is an older woman who is able to turn into a dragon, thereby making her the image of Satan, because you got that is coming from a Grimm's Brothers Christian background.
That's not what a dragon is, though, Dee.
I know, but I'm saying from a Grimm's Brother Christian Europe background, that's the juxtaposition that they've given her. I'm not talking about what is, I'm not talking about what they're saying, but what they're saying. So this Prince Charming kills this older woman to hypergamously, because she the one that got slaves, remember? To hypergamously marry up to Snow White. So that's sleepy. That's Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. If you were to take off all the Disney cuteness and all the rest, if you actually read Grimm Brothers, if we go over to Sleeping Beauty, actually I'm thinking of Cinderella.
But
Sleeping Beauty is
how
similar.
often do these women have to be violated? How often do they have to be, actually one of these, five, descriptors that love uses, right? How if you really look at those fairy tales, like you said, how so y'all don't see
Women are
that the
violated
way that
constantly.
their violence is
Snow White is
embedded even
poisoned.
in children's stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so she's poisoned, but the woman is positioned as the villain or the thing to be acquired. Cinderella's worst enemies are her stepmother and her sisters, for whom there's no chance for any kind of redemption at all. And the whole purpose of her life is to be selected as the belle of the ball. Beauty and the Beast is perhaps the most abhorrent of all of them, because it is a woman who puts the curse on the beast, and it's a woman that has to take the curse off. But her name is Belle too, and that again goes back to we trying to be a Southern Belle. That's a whole video I'm getting ready to do about someone came up here and talked about why she won't let
And that
trying to be. So we trying to be real Southern Bells. A black woman wouldn't let her daughter wear a bonnet to protect her hair on a hot day because we trying to be proper Southern Belle. Like that'll be the third time I've seen this represented. So if you look at these fairy tales, Sleeping Beauty, again, it's a older woman figure who poisons the loom, and this princess, again, Prince Charming. Is Prince Charming polygamous? Because I'm like, isn't he the one that came for Snow White, but then he gonna roll over here and just Sleeping Beauty? But see, Sleeping Beauty was blonde, and blondes have more fun than brunettes. So we're gonna throw over Sleeping Beauty Snow White so that we can get. If you ever watch these movies on the same day, and if I remember correctly, if I remember my Disney stuff correctly, they basically did the same animation for Prince Charming, so we got a problem. I'm just saying what I'm saying. But of course, as children, Disney, which of course, by the way, Disney did us tremendous damage. Disney did us tremendous.
One of the biggest racists there ever was. Okay,
Yeah,
one of the
racist,
biggest
sexist.
ones. But you know what gets me, Dan, is that we are literally sitting here and not to go way over there, but I'm gonna just bring this up real quick. So y'all don't get when you listening to their little story, Miss Mary Quite Contrary, or what's that other one? Hansel and Gretel. That's a whole white woman said, I'm gonna eat you, I'm fattening you up just to eat you. And she draws them in by it being a house made out of whatever it's made
gingerbread.
So how y'all don't see the inherent violence in that?
Well, okay,
you don't see.
Let's take that one.
You don't see the cannibalism in that, because these people ate us right here in the 1900s. I'm talking about at them lynchings they did, them picnics. They literally cooked us to eat us
down into the 1950s.
Yeah. What did they do with Nat Turner's body? They smelted him. They boiled him and took the fat and sent it around. You could get his fat and you can use it to cook your food. So I'm just trying to figure out why any of you thinks that the patriarchy and these freaks should be doing any. Why would you think that they need to be leading something or be an authority over you? Or you think that other women or girls should be submissive to this? Y'all don't see this? Like it's right there, right in front of you.
Because it was normalized so early. Disney is an abuse. It was normalized so early. If you take Hansel and Gretel And of course, all the people back to the Grimm's brothers. Okay, so Hans and Gretel, she uses gingerbread. If you take C.S. Lewis, The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, you have the witch using Turkish delight. Now that's two different centuries. Of course, C.S. Lewis would have known about the Hansel and Gretel being much, 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 much further back. But
Mm-hmm.
that comes up. A spinning wheel should be a good thing. It's poisoned. An apple should be a good thing. It's poisoned. And it's white women doing it to each other. Since no other woman is allowed to be represented, but it's normalized because yes,
But
psychopaths
that's what they do. Yeah, that's
in
what
the
they do.
DSM-5,
And that
they want credit for telling you who they are, and they want you to worship them for being wow, not even wow. Psychopaths, if you look at the DSM-5, it's why these people will write these manifestos. They want to be acknowledged for how clever they are and be worshipped and held in esteem for how clever they are while being how clever they are to do evil. So to have
mhm.
seen these things represented on the screen for us for now 70 years, I mean, obviously Disney movies are on videos, DVD, Blu-ray, and reruns are basically a whole culture of women letting you know who they are and wanting you to admire them from the cradle to the grave. So if it's normalized, like I couldn't have broken this down when I was 9 or 10 or 15. I might have been able
Sure.
to see that, okay, the black women I know are not like this. So I could have seen that, but only if you had that advantage. If you didn't have that advantage, if the black women in your life wanted to be like those women, and like I said, I keep running into more and more black women who are trying to be white Southern belles. This is now becoming a thing. I have a video I'm working on about it. It's just going to probably need to, go through Whitabetes with a fine tooth comb to get some more language to like understand what this is we looking at. But the abuse recruitment, like she said, like Love Maya said, we have been so bought into this that we don't always even recognize because literally our cartoons, I mean, the thing about SpongeBob is like 1,000 degrees dumber, 1,000 degrees dumber. But no, literally back in the day, you were literally being programmed to be handled by psychopaths. And if your mother
Mhm.
decided that she wanted to be Maleficent, what were you gonna do? Because you don't have
And
any basis of
let
comparison.
let me tell y'all this because we don't, we're spending so much of our time wherever the fuck else. Okay, I don't have time. I'm just going through so much. This is really hard. I heard this and that. You think I don't know? This is a repeat of a repeat for one thing. But okay, you're right though. But at the same time that we're going through things, we as free, the first the first beings to be in human form here, we as free get to choose, right? So y'all are literally spending your time and your energy going back and forth with who, white women or black men, or riding after the next Shannon Sharp or whoever the hell you talking about, okay? It's not providing you with solutions. But then when shit is happening, because A, that's life, but also that's a patriarchy, and patriarchy is built on being cruel and unusual. Okay. So y'all feel like if you oh, so you're gonna spend all this time over here. Well, I'm just curious as how do you think that's gonna solve your problems? Because it's not solving anything. And then you don't want to read. I had another discussion today with no, this was a while ago, and today too, but I've had this throughout where I'm letting people in my family know, specifically my friends are family to me, right, too, but I'm letting the folks, I already told you I'm not dumbing down shit. Well, we don't even know anybody like you, and so we're not where you are, and you like to read, and you think I want to sit here and read about the horrors that that have been done to our bodies after I've experienced my own. throughout childhood. Not in the hands of my Goddess-born grandma. I need y'all to understand that. Ma didn't do any of that shit. But my mother was born a psychopath. So listen, if you did some actual reading, you would understand how to come up with solutions to the critical issues that are going on now. But Black women, generally, y'all are refusing to do any of the above. Okay. But you keep wondering why the shit keeps going on. It's not because it's a generational curse. It's because y'all are making the same generational choice, because you're being willfully fucking ignorant. Okay. The same shit I know, you can know. You can just go read and sit your ass down and comprehend, like I've done, like Deeann does. This is what we do. We study. We read up. We come back. We go back and forth. So you discovered this, I discovered from this way. Let's go back and, we go deep into these things. But y'all keep telling each other you ain't got time for that. But you can sit your ass over there with Sinji or Princella or who the fuck ever. You can sit your ass over there with whoever the fuck whoever Themis in the mega church over there, or what the fuck ever. You can do all of that for 6 and 7 hours. But do you know, while you were doing that, and you were sitting here talking about how Black men won't protect you or blah, blah, blah. See, I'll be out here doing this. This is why I don't have the problems y'all have. Huh? See that? Yeah. Because I've always done the same thing. I've graduated to this and added a little of that or whatever, but it all comes down to the same thing. What you putting your time into isn't getting you results. It isn't doing anything to solve the problems that you are facing, that our Goddess-born little girls are facing. Is doing nothing. And I'm done with Black women coming over in our direction. Because let me be clear about this shit. Don't bring your ass over to us, because we get to solutions. We make shit happen because we put in the work. Okay? So don't bring your ass over here because we happen to be compassionate to those who are actual daughters of Christ. And we're compassionate to actual Goddess-born. Don't bring your ass over here thinking you gonna come and do what? Say what? To who? Oh, you think you gonna get me and Deeann to do work for you while you ain't lifted one motherfucking finger to do work for even each other or yourself? But we'll make some shit happen. And girl, I'm telling you, you bring your ass over here, because I had to handle some shit. You bring your ass over here with that bullshit. Okay? And we all know I'm very calculated. If I'm doing some shit, you should be questioning, okay, what the fuck is she doing this for? Because, okay, this could only be her listening to behaviors and shit. What? Oh, she done picked up on some shit. Always do. And I give it some time. Me and Deeann, we give it some time, right? Because we want to see how this is going to play out, right? But it really doesn't take us that long. Dee, what did it take us? 3 weeks this time? Then we just let they have they fucking behaviors. But you came here to us for us to make sure we did the work for you. We had your back, okay? We got on either side of y'all ass. But then you didn't do what you said, what the real contract was. You didn't do that. Couldn't nobody find your ass after you got your shit taken care of. And then whoever else coming in thinking they ought to just take over. And why ain't you part? I thought we were supposed to be partners. How, hooker? You didn't create not one of the discords that we've done together. A partner with who? Partner with who? And then you won't even go through the coursework that we said everybody has to do. Shit, I take my own classes. Oh, so it's okay for us to put you on and us to read your shit, but it's not okay for you to what? So you're not featuring this woman over here. You're not featuring Auntie G. You ain't bringing her on your program. You ain't showing her shit off. You ain't doing none of that. But we put when we say we doing a thing, we doing a thing. And we over here will feature you, will do all of these things, allow you on our platforms. These platforms are a bit different, but we do all of this. But you think you gonna come in here and what you think you know what you want to be Legion? I know you don't, not with me. You don't see what I do to Legion. So you think you're going to come over here and say what? And do what? But let me tell you something. I will step back and so will Deeann and let you behave. We just take notes. Really? Oh, that's how we rolling, huh? Because the first time you do something is a what?
Incident.
That might be an incident. The second time you do the similar thing, okay, you might give you a little grace. That could be a coincidence. But hook it a third time, that's a behavioral pattern. And all we got to do is let you roll. Go ahead. You telling it all. Because you know what I teach and Deeann teaches? Listen to behaviors. Listen to my behaviors. Let's just start there. You ain't even got to go that far. Just how do my behaviors match up with the fuck I say?
It's a 1-for-1 match.
It's not that deep. And for real, I'm very cunning. I guess y'all don't hear that, or you don't believe that a goddess woman is going to tell you the truth about herself. Yeah, I'm very cunning, and I'm very articulate when it comes to violence. I learned it from some of the best, them white boys out there. And ooh, you want to do some really sick shit. You want to be on par with some shit. Learn from white women. Oh, and yeah, male identified Black women. That's all you got to do. You can learn violence firsthand and you can give it right back to them. But if you think you rolling your ass up over here and you doing the whole most and you think I ain't gonna clock, I had somebody tell me, oh, I wasn't, I don't want to be, just don't contact me. Well, hooker, I wish you had a thought of no contact before you came rolling your ass up over here. Now, you think I give a fuck about how you feel? Did you give a fuck about how anybody felt? No. Not at all. And you didn't care who it harmed. You didn't care how it was taking away from the work we're trying to do to build infrastructure. None of you motherfuckers is out there doing that. Y'all are running after the same little shiny shit. We are actually working to build infrastructure that centers Black women and Black girls. Because let me tell you something, if y'all hadn't noticed. Once you do that, here come everybody wanting to copy and duplicate it. And we even put in a process. Now, this is how you know what's real. Deeann and I put in a process in which if whoever makes whatever they do as a group, we insist they copyright it as a group. That's not in our names. That's not under our separate businesses and shit. That's so when you release this shit so that other Black women can use these materials to build depending on where they live, what's there available to them. When you do that, you will be the one in control over what you charge. You will define what your and who what, value, and your value, what we're trying to show you is your value is beyond measure. But if you don't believe that and you want to act in opposition to that, then you need to go do that, and you ain't gonna do it here. So for those of you, fair warning, if you decide we're still letting Black women come in, we do have a format, but we are going to check your social media. Starting with that. And if you don't think me and this investigator next to me don't know what we doing, you out of your mind. Girl, we'll find out everything there is. No, we'll know some shit about you you don't even know about yourself. So I suggest you understand this. You got 4 weeks. If you come on our shit, to get the first class done and to read a Black Women's Center. And you can't get moving forward until I see your ass and these sees you in these courses. One more thing. Because y'all don't get it. Y'all look at the word crypto and you think, they're just trying to do something to me or whatever. No, you didn't read the fucking book. How do you know what's even in it? So before you can move on to where you can come and you can work together with the matriarchic thing core and work on building infrastructure for us globally, the goal, what are we calling it? The global All-Andari nation. You have to have read Deeann's work. And you can't tell me shit because I read it and she wrote it. We're going to know if you read it or not. And if you haven't, your ass is out of there. If you haven't taken those classes, your ass is out of there. If you didn't read a Black Woman Center, your ass is out of there. Period. And I'm not going to be questioned. Because you ain't ready to even do what you need to do to get out of your own way. So what you're going to do, because this is how it goes, you're going to effectively harm other people, other goddess-born and daughters of Christ. Like, you're literally going to do that because that's baked into you not reading up, you not comprehending where you are and where it is you actually want to go. That's going to be what this is. And I'm telling you, we ain't tolerating none of that shit. Stuff is moving too fast. There's too many goddess-born being kidnapped, being murked, being mutilated. The shit is ticked up. And we are not going to take the time for y'all and y'all bullshit. You either come in and do what's what to help you get free of the conditioning and programming that is holding you back. You either gonna do it or you not. But I can tell you this, I'm gonna be able to detect, and Deeann is definitely gonna peep that shit. Just because we ain't saying something right then and there, it's because we letting you behave like the fucking fool you are.
Let me say a couple things that go with that. One, in some ways, one of the reasons this is so serious and why Auntie Love has come up with the Pennywise It designation with the white paint. White supremacy is largely the exaltation of ignorance, willful ignorance. If you consider the development of European civilization, if you want to call it that, it is the youngest civilization. It is a bad rip reading of everything that came before it, beginning with Black woman-led civilizations, back to the dawn of time. Remember, Queen Amani Kush was the only person who ever literally handed Caesar Augustus his head, only she didn't hand it to him. She put statue under her head and walked on it with her daughter. Long before Nancy Sinatra said these boots are made for walking and they're going to walk all over you, she literally did that. Um, So when we as Black people behave in such a way that we should be entitled to access and to benefits, but we refuse to read up and study, we are behaving as if we were actual white supremacists. This is a thing because that is exactly racism, bigotry, and all the violence that goes with it is basically ignorance trying to reign. And if you don't believe that, just kind of pay attention to the last 6 months of our politics. I don't think I need to go any further into that. The other thing about this is it's also, you know, Martin Love talks about a repeat. I had wonderful 9-year-old students once who sharpened her pencils down into the nibs, and I asked her afterwards. I would not allow myself to get angry with her because I wanted to understand the behavior. And she did this not one time, not 2 times, not 3 times, all of them. And we were in the middle of rehearsal, and her great grandmother was right there. So it wasn't my place to jump on her. Of course, great grandmother was going to do that, but I stopped that conversation from getting a little bit out of hand because great grandmother paid for those things. But I'm like, why did you do it? Help me understand what you're thinking. And that's how I try to start with children because they don't always know. Well, I was just hoping it would come out differently. I realized that a lot of us as Black women are, because of things that did not happen for us while we were Black girls. We know that Black girls are severely abused, 60% abused. We understand that. We understand in college and high school how group work goes. 2 strong individuals. In high school and college, people who struggled as students hoped that they could get into the group with strong individuals so they would have a chance to class and move on with their lives. And that was an adaptation to the necessity of getting through school to get all the stuff that was promised to people that is not going to be delivered in the society, but that's what we were trained to do. Mm-hmm. The problem is, once that does not work outside of that system. First of all, it doesn't work inside. Auntie Love and I are too old. Both of us are too old to be doing high school, to be working with your high school adaptation ideas. We're too old to be doing group work like that. We got too much going on. Love has a whole family. I have a whole family. I have in exactly 15 minutes if we're still on. Got to go do a wellness check with Mother Mathews. Got a whole family. Father Mathews was still hauling groceries. And I'm like, I can see you limping. What is you doing? So, but he, good soldier, good worker. Takes care of mom, takes care of his wife. Mm-hmm. Make sure I'm good too if I need it. So I'm not complaining. I'm just saying, I also know that at his age, we got to watch that leg. We really got to watch it. So we have too. We don't have, but the reason we don't have the struggles some of you have is because we have invested in learning things we need to learn to be able to not have them. When you look at us, you're looking at people who have worked on policy for multi-million-dollar things. In Auntie Love's case, she was in healthcare. She worked on policy to save people's lives. I provide housing in my real life. I'm on a senior housing board, 11 years. Before I even met Themis, I already had 8 years in on taking no good men and turning them into shish kebab live. San Francisco knows me. They tired of me coming around. I know I have one board of directors right now who's just praying I don't show up again. I'm like, Miss White Woman, I'm just waiting. Because I got things to do on the day that you meet. I noticed that y'all bumped a week hoping you could throw me off. No, I know what your agenda and what your calendar is and where I'm going to be on your agenda. But I mean, I'm not new to this. This is our real lives. This is the second time we have now had to go from 3 Noir Aunties back down to 2. And I realized my portion in this is if we could inspire people by osmosis, if you could be in our presence and be inspired and catch it. We have given people the better part of 2 years to do this. It doesn't work. And we have had to be responsible for ourselves and the pruning in ourselves to understand that if you don't want it, we can't give it to you. We can't It's like I was reading, and I put this on my last video on this channel. I say I'm a Christian. So if the Bible says a bruised reed shall he not break and a smoking flax shall he not quench, this means I can't do it either. This means that I can look at people, black women who are struggling, and I already see they're going to be in serious trouble. But if they do not want to make a move, I can't reach over there and change that because I'm not allowed. If you put this back on a common grace level, you are a sovereign human being. Meaning that
your
I
free
cannot
will.
override your free will to do anything. Which means, though, and then we just talked to Love Maya, that if you would prefer to be centering a patriarchal system and its expectations, if you would prefer to be centering any other man and be spending, I don't know, because Love talked about how we do investigations. I just happened to go look around. If you have, I'm going to do some horseshoes and hand grenade math. Take 3 years of time as of June 19th of this month. Exactly 3 years of time. Presume that you spend 5 to 10 hours a week on some man over that many years. You can learn Bitcoin you can learn how to work cycles of Bitcoin in under $800. And what I'm doing now is learning for the sixth book, perhaps, or maybe the seventh, depends on what happens. What do you do during a bear market? What do you do when the bears are eating well? How do you continue to use your crypto to manage your life? Those of you in the matriarchy thank theorem already have things to do where you can turn your crypto into where you can go to Walmart. We already have that over there, but you got to be vetted before you get in there. You can learn that in 800 hours in 3 years. That's enough to pick up a certification of some kind. Make it 10 hours and we're close to 1,600 hours. So in 3 years of time, if you spend time with content creators that are not giving you solutions, you would have invested at 5 to 10 hours a week. You would have invested 800 to 1,600 hours of time into not doing solutions for yourself. That's how that happens. That's the difference between me and of June 19th, 2022, and a whole lot of other people I still know and love. But see, the other thing that happens is I cannot protect you from the consequences of your decisions. I'm not sovereign over your life. So because I'm not sovereign over your life, when you keep choosing, Constance Love was kind enough to send me portions of the book of Going Forth by Day. So I've actually been able to review the 42 laws of Ma'at and understand where Sekhmet fits into the system. Now, she and I are not budging each other on what we believe. She's the daughter of Sekhmet. I'm Christ. We're not budging, but at least to have an understanding of, you really need to know in every situation in the world what you're dealing with. Christ protects me as I do the things that he has for me to do, which is there's an order by which you receive protection and provision. Some of you in Sunday school have heard, seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things, food, clothing, shelter, will be added unto you. There's an order there and protection. If I choose to go outside the protection, then I also chose to go outside the order. I also choose to go outside the protection. You see how that works? Ain't nothing free when you're a responsible adult. So what happens is, between Project 2025 and messing with confidence and love, I don't know how much more trouble you need in your life. Any one of those would be fine, but I can't protect people from the consequences of their behavior. Not when we have had months and years. And before I or Confidence and Love even came into your life, Stephanie Perry had come into our lives. She's been out there doing this for a long time. If you don't want to be bothered with the United States, that gate has been open for years. If I go back a little bit further, well, if Crystal and Karis and the Pink Pill had Love Maya's book, that would have been a perfect match. But you can combine those two things now. Before that, there have been Black women who have charted a different course. Y'all do know that Mother Brigadier Harriet Tubman left that no good man she was married to behind. You do know that she did that and became Mother Brigadier General Harriet Tubman, right? You know that Ida B. Wells was married, but you don't hear anything about him. But she went on and did the things she needed to do because that was what she was called to do. I'm just saying, if you think about this, there are examples. And is it scary? Yeah. And since we've been quote unquote integrated, it's even scarier because we all think we have white women friends. Well, no, not love it, not Auntie Love and I per se, but I'm just saying, understand that you have been sold a bill of goods. You have been, what did Malcolm X say? He said the black woman is the most disrespected person in America. He also said you have been bamboozled and run them up. Understand that you've been bamboozled and run them up. 92% of us know there's no after the election, which is really good. But what I'm saying to you is, you cannot jump into a group and expect to be carried by the group anymore. You really do need to read up and study. If you're a Christian, you need to understand at least the book of John. So you see, this is how men are treating me, and this is how Jesus treats women, and this is what I should be receiving, and this is how I'm expected to operate. So I'm not, Jesus told Martha and Luke, you might want to read Luke too, you working too much, sit down. You can rest. I'm here. I got this. I just fed 5,000 people yesterday. What are you doing? You can sit down and rest. If you claim to be a Christian, you might want to go ahead and do that. If you're going to go this way, listen, you think 10 commandments is a problem? Oh, okay. All right. Go read the 42 laws of Baal and understand that if you get out of balance over here, Sekhmet is the one that comes and gets you. Her job, there it is. She was kind enough to send me these yesterday or the day before. You think you have a problem today? And understand that on that side, Sekhmet is the one that comes to get you when you're out of balance. There ain't no redemption over there. There's you're doing it or you deal with the consequence. Over here, yeah, Christ offers forgiveness. That's the whole point of being a Christian, that you messing up and we know you're messing up. But there comes a point that if you want to continue to be messing up, your tailbone's going to be out over here and your tailbone's going to be out over there. The difference is a bruised reed shall I not break. I've already got a flamethrower out of the smoking flag. I wouldn't quit, but she got a flamethrower. I'm telling y'all. She once got up here on Noir Aunties about, listen, I need you to know that no, don't. I am the fire because Sekhmet is the fire. I'm like, do y'all hear her? I'm like, wait, I'm up here making sure that I have my life together because without Christ's protection, if I mess up, there ain't nowhere to know. So I'm just saying, as we go forward, we want women to have access to the things. We literally are putting together things that women can use in their particular situations to build the kind of things that they want. Community centers and other things, whatever their needs are. We're literally putting together policy. Because like I said, I put together bylaws and articles of corporations. I've done that. Auntie Love has done big policy books, things that save people's lives. We've been involved in that kind of work for years, but we too old. If what you want to do is go and be compensated for the fact that everything was not the way it was in childhood, may I encourage you to realize that you must either, over here I'm talking about your Heavenly Father, here she's going to tell you about the great black mother. So on a spiritual level, there are things, of course, I recommend what I recommend and she recommends what she recommends. We cannot endorse each other in this respect, but I'm just saying, both sets of spiritual parents require a certain amount of discipline. You cannot just be expecting to just sit back and kiki and follow other people's coattails. And one more thing, don't ask for black women to build more for you than you're willing to build for yourself and that you would demand of them. Stop. You cannot say out of both sides of your mouth that men are leaders and men are the builders and all the rest, and not ask them to hold up to what they are. The reason that I respect my father is because I give him this much credit for all the things that he was told he was supposed to do in 1936. So he was supposed to have this and he was supposed to have that. He observed the men around him not doing it as well, was one of them up to the age of, because he tells this story publicly so I can get into it publicly. Became a Christian, figured out what Christ demanded of him and got to it. And lives up to it. He's way past the age where he should be doing, because I'm here, his daughter worried about it. I'm just like, Dad, are you serious? Listen, just because the sewer main broke doesn't mean you have to be out here. Wait, there's a hole in the book. No, look, no, we got to call plumber. We're not trying to. well, I can't have y'all out here in this while we wait on somebody to get. I'm like, oh my gosh, you're 78 years old. Will you please sit down? And of course, I don't talk like this, but in my head, will you please sit down? But look, Jesus
Father
said, if
Mathews
you
don't
got
play
to,
that.
he said he got
Father
to
Mathews don't
die.
play that.
Exactly, he doesn't. Because he see Christ said he got to die for his wife's safety if necessary. And see, I can respect him because he is who he says he is. I'm gonna need y'all. If you must be around men, I'm gonna need y'all to find out if he is who he says he is, and if he's not, I'm gonna need you to put him in the wind or get yourself into the wind because you become who you were, like who you worship. My father becomes like Jesus Christ because that's who he worships. He stands up to it. I'm as much like Christ as I can because that's who I say I'm in relationship with, who I worship. You got men out here, plenty of them in churches, on YouTube, TikTok, all the rest. They telling you one thing, but you watch their behavior and they just the devil. But 85% of you are familiar with the concept. Just the devil. But really, as you and I were just talking about the other day, even the devil never attacked women and children this directly, because we talked about this. The devil wants his worshipers in good worshiping condition. There are some things that are purely the depravity of mankind that we blame on the devil. But for the sake of argument today, we'll just take the concept as you know it. If you remain in the company of those men, you will become just like them. A woman will become the mirror of a man she's in relationship with. Now, it's your choice whether you want to be in a relationship with any man like that. Or you also can understand that there are some men who have to become the mirror and a reflection of the women that they with. Over here, see, we know that Miss Love's husband, no, he had to adjust because that was the requirement. So there are exceptions to the rule. But right now, the fact that there are women trying to get Cassie convicted of a crime she's not on trial for.
And this is to show how just this that child has she's pregnant.
Yes, heavily.
She actually went into labor. The idea that we walk around saying silly shit like innocent until proven guilty. After everything, that one, I can't even call. So he has raped children.
Multiple, apparently. It's been going on for
some
years.
of them you know well because they're adults now.
Yeah.
But he has raped children. So those of you out there, oh, but what did she do? Why did she leave and this and that? I don't understand why none of y'all didn't go all together, get that motherfucker years ago, put his head underwater. But you know what? Keep y'all whatever it is. When something else we talked about, Auntie D, was in these 42 laws, right? As a bloodline of Sekhmet, these laws apply to me. There's only one place in here where they're like, oh, well, I will not be wrathful and angry except for a just cause. Okay. Well, the role of Sekhmet is actually to defy some of this in going to war to protect the most vulnerable. Okay. But that doesn't mean that I'm exempt from comeuppance in Ma'at's laws. Okay. I have to pay for going against these laws, even though I'm doing it to protect children or, God is born, right? I still see, because that takes courage for you to walk in your path. Because a part of Sekhmet's huge thing is to clear the way for Ma'at. My aunt shouldn't have to be doing all this burning shit down and all of this. She got enough to bring balance back, to bring actual universal laws, right? So even though I will initiate a damn quarrel, I'm definitely going to utter curses. I'm definitely going to sow seeds of regret. Yeah, I'm going to do all that as the warrior part of me. But the warrior part of me is the warrior part of me. I don't have an excuse for not following her laws other than I didn't so for whatever my reason was. So when the comeuppance comes back and I have to deal with the consequences of me setting all of y'all on fire and whoever, then I'll do that. See, that takes courage. The healer part of me follows every single one of these. But I don't get to just go, oh, you know, because I had to kick this person's ass because they was doing this to a baby, then you know, all bets are off. No, that's not how it goes.
That's the thing. Responsibility where I am, a lot of times I'll make a video 3 times, sometimes 4, sometimes it'll take me 2 weeks. Why? Every idle word shall be held to account. Now, think about what you say to people and do to people in light of that. So these are high responsibility belief systems, both of them. I mean, Christianity is sloppy in the United States of America, but it's not sloppy. But it's just the way we have been taught it and the way people taught it to us who did not want to follow it in the first place. Because they're going to do all the stuff you're not supposed to do over here, and they're going to laugh about it and think there ain't no consequences. So it's very sloppy, but it's not sloppy. It's high responsibility. High receipt of power, though, which is also true over here. What is it? Added light, added responsibility. That's the idea. These are not compatible, because if you just look at Auntie Love and I, just inside common grace, like the things we can agree on, both of us are high responsibility people in life who have families. Our composition is different, but families that have been, she raised 2 children, I have 2 Asian parents, so different times of life, but just high responsibility for people's lives. And I gotta shorten this because I gotta go, I'll be back. But this does not match with the low responsibility trying to be white folks, trying to be enthroned in ignorance that has overtaken so many of us as Black women, and also is going with what we learned about today. This encourages us. The more ignorant you are in a world which encourages you to be an abuse recruiter, the more likely you're going to operate as an abuse recruiter. So if you take all these things together, wanting to be enthroned while still willfully ignorant, wanting to be enthroned without having the high responsibility that goes with that, wanting to be centered without centering, doing the work to center yourself, and then putting on abuse recruiting on top of it, yeah, that's going to be a whole problem. And see, like I said, even the Lord Jesus Christ, y'all know him as a gentle Jesus. Y'all didn't read about that part in Matthew 23. Y'all must have missed the 2 times in John when he turned over the table on the money changers. And he told the bad people, the religious leaders, the misogynist religious leaders who bring a whole woman out for adultery, but somehow missed a man. Ye brood of vipers, how should you escape the damnation of hell? Ye shall die in your sin. Y'all missed all that. John 8, Matthew 23. Y'all missed it. Why the Lord, he told these women, don't even worry about weeping for me, even though I'm being crucified. Weep for yourself. Because he already knew that after he gave up on his vote, Titus the Roman was going to come through in less than 40 years. And don't do this at night. He turned them over at a certain point. See, Titus the Roman was the type of person who, when Auntie Love says she learned violence from white men, Titus is one of them. Titus and Vespasian and the Roman army, when she talks about learning violence from white, see, folk got turned over to that type of man. And if, by the way, you don't have to get in the time machine and go back to the year 87. You don't need to do that. Keep living in the United States under Project 2025. You ain't got to go back in time. You're going to run right into it.
Yep.
You're not sure. Hypergamy is not going to save you because 67% of the men you think you want voted for Donald Trump. Interracial marriage is not going to save you. See previous reason. Being single but still chasing after men is not going to save you because you single because you can't catch one, but you just trying to wait on something to happen because you still need to be validated by people that, again, how many percent did I say went out there? Now, black men who voted, 78, 22% of them, but here's the deal. A third of those men are felons. So I know some fellas who have come to Christ and truly turned their life around, but that doesn't happen that often. And then you look at these black femicide numbers and how many of these men are nurses and doctors. You start doing those numbers. We're going to need you to get some skills of your own. We need you to read Love Maya Edwards books so you can find out where you are. We need you to read Season the Crypto Bull Run so you learn how to work in economy separate from this, in terms of you having to go work with people that hate you. We need you to do the self-confident black woman so that you can begin to understand that you can do this. We need you to do these things so that you can get through that first 4 weeks and that you're ready to move forward. When you come with excuses, when you come with reasons why you can't, you're basically giving us reasons why we need to leave your nether regions where they are. Because see, then because I'm telling you, if you do tip in, then you got to deal with this. And I'm telling you, this, if this gets going, I'm telling you, you about to have things happen to you that you don't even need to have happen. And if that's not enough for you, like I said, keep waiting. So many people out here talking about it's just wonderful. All this stuff is happening to these immigrants. You will not have food this summer if they don't stop with food. Who's gonna pick it? You. You better hope that you learn how to be safe to black women who know how to put things together. What are you planning to eat in September? No, for real. No, seriously, if you don't live in California, you don't live in Florida, you don't live around any of the food belt states. No, literally, what are you planning on doing? What's the plan here? It's that serious. Now, let me just close my remarks there for now because I do need to go make this wellness trip. I'll be right back. But Auntie Love, I'll be right back.
Okay. So, in complete agreement with Auntie D as usual, right? We have been talking. I was showing you the laws of Ma'at. Well, one of the laws that can never be broken. I don't care who the hell you are, who you think you are. Sekhmet will never, and none of us. We can't even. I don't know. I don't know how people do the things they do to children. I really don't. I can't. I've been watching this for years. I've had to heal children from so much that was done to them by adults. And I just don't get how anyone could do that. How could you do what you're doing to children? But so this law that says I will not mistreat children, it's not just a law because I'm saying it's a law. It's a law that I am saying that I defend with my life. And I'm on a damn sure any of you who are out there mistreating children, setting them up to be eaten by an adult, wherever, okay? I'm holding you to motherfucking account. Because you don't get to mistreat children. You don't get to rip children's souls apart. I don't think y'all understand. Y'all want to be, they were just molested. No, when these children are being raped, that is not just molestation. That's y'all giving it some other tag. Do you know what rape does? It breaks your soul. That's what it does. And one of the reasons that it's so prevalent to rape children in a patriarchy is because white folks, these people that they calling themselves white or whatever the fuck, some made up shit, okay? Because white nor black really actually, but whatever, okay? Maybe because they blank, I don't fucking, or blight, I don't fucking know. But whatever it is inherent in their patriarch and their need to war and all of that shit because they want what they see somebody else with, right? It is inherent, it is a part of the way that they war, it is a part of the way that they go and take from other groups of people or whatever. It's a part of it to rape children. Just like if you was in war and let's say you needed some arrows, some slings, whatever it is, a part of their warring is to rape women and children. That's a part of it. You can't, like, oh, one, you got to get a supply train, fine. Two, you got to make sure the weapons are there, fine, or whatever. But three is you must rape because they understand that that's a part of how you eat the soul. And because they don't have one inherently, and don't any of you start with the shit, because listen, go back, go look it up for yourselves, okay? In order for anyone to be racist on any level, I don't care whether it's conscious or unconscious, whatever the fuck it is, okay? You also must be either one of these three. This is inherent in being a racist. You can't be a racist or a rapist or any of this without being one of these three. You either have to be a narcissist, a sociopath, or a psychopath. So these are the people that we're lifting up and saying that we want to be like. These people, these so-called people, are part Neanderthal. They're literally only 8 seconds old compared to the rest of them, especially as God is formed. So I should be taking leadership tips from who? They are literally committing acts of evil at every turn. And so you're telling me that the Black women amongst us who want to be male worshipers, who literally believe in this patriarchy, you're starting to understand what I've been trying to tell y'all all of this time. You believe in a patriarchy, then you inherently must be violating the next person, because in a patriarchy there is prey and predator. In a patriarchy there is cruel and unusual. In a patriarchy there is master and slave. Okay, there's none of this. I don't know where y'all get this in between and shit, but that's why they're binary in their thought, because their brains are not developed. Okay, y'all can say whatever you want. Go look up the studies. Now, the thing that we know, and you can go over there on NLM, which is the National Library of Medicine. They do all types of studies. You don't need to believe me. Most of the time, when I'm telling y'all something, when Deeann's telling y'all something, we give you where we got it from. Okay, you can go look it up for yourselves. And like I said, in order for you to be any type of racist, I don't care if you claiming you a liberal blue bracelet wearing hooker, legion, or what the fuck ever. I don't care if you a conservative bitch. I don't care who you are. If you're doing all of that, then and you believe in a patriarchy, you are going to harm the most vulnerable, because that's part of being in a patriarchy. So what they've what they've come to find out is when someone is either a narcissist on a they always got to put things on a spectrum or some shit. Okay, when somebody is a narcissist or a sociopath or a psychopath, what they've learned is they don't have a developed limbic system, if it's functioning at all. You, on the other hand, as goddess form, just simply the fact that you're millions, far many more millions than they 2 to 3 can because they got finite minds, these freaks, these little 6,000 to 8,000 year old white people y'all all trying to get with and be about and get accepted by and be a club, part of the evil club. I don't fucking know what's happening. But the bottom line is, in order for you to be any of that, you don't have a developed limbic system. Okay? The limbic system in your brain is actually the most powerful part of your brain. Yes, it deals with feelings, emotions, memories, all of these things, but it is the only part of your brain that can shut down every other part when it feels like you're in danger. It can make your heart race, your respiratory rate go up, start sweating. You shut down your critical thinking because first things first, you need to get your ass safe, and that's what your body's telling you. But check what they have done with us. They have separated us from our living memory through the violence and the cruelty. So all you can ever think about is the suffering you're going through, right? And just stopping that suffering. But it's so much, it becomes so overwhelming, right? This is what turns a regular person into a damn sociopath. Now, a psychopath is basically born that way. They just soulless. Okay. Their pituitary is probably calcified, that type of thing. These are all there for you to know about. Why y'all don't want to know? I don't know. I guess. But the bottom line is, it's there for you to know. It's there for you to understand. Deann and I can lead you there. We can offer up classes. We can offer our book, all that stuff. Okay. We can do all of that. And if you're refusing to do that, then stay where the hell you at, or go. You definitely ain't gonna stay here over in our Discord. That's gonna be hell no. We don't have time for that because Goddessborn are out of time. They're out of time. Thus we are. Because we to war to protect the most vulnerable. We don't to war like the rest of these freaks that maybe some of y'all are trying to be like or whatever. We don't go, oh, the grass is green over there, so I'm just gonna wait for them to grow their grass, and then I'm gonna just run over there and take their grass. Mm-hmm. It's like, oh, she's a rap star. She goes, the grass is greener where you water it. But they come from a land of scarcity, of nothing, of frozen. The soil isn't aerated. Now, I will get, oh, love, you're going too deep and blah, blah, blah. Well, that explains, it's a part of the explanation as to why they behave the way they do. Because if you don't understand what's happening, if you didn't read Project 2025, I don't know how you're going to come up with solutions for it. When you have to know what the problems are, shouldn't you be? But we still stuck on some bullshit going back and forth with some black men's over the Monahan report and how, I don't know, welfare, some other bullshit took them out of home. No, motherfucker, you and your tennis shoes or whatever fucking shoes you had on took your ass out of here. You walked out. That was all on y'all. And by the way, that was in 1960 fucking 5. And it only lasted for 4 months, you freaks. So a lot of you motherfuckers talking all that shit weren't even born. So what do you mean? Oh, welfare. Oh no, you must be talking about your preferences, because Black women have the highest rate of working outside of their home. Not white hookers, not even Hispanic women. And girl, they be putting in work, girl. Okay. Now they're gonna stay patriarchal because that's what they truly believe. But girl, so we're not getting that, right? But you want solutions. You want to feel safe. You want to be able to be free to seek out your own joy, peace, and happiness, and you deserve it. And you're gonna have to do what it takes to get yourself there. And a part of that is freeing your own mind. When I ask Black women to go through these classes, y'all ain't gonna believe how many Black that I've had enroll in this class and either say to me, well, I just can't answer those questions. Those are too hard and too deep. You should come up with a different way to say it. No, you have done none of the work I have. How are you going to tell me I'm going to come up with a different way to say, who are you? What do you want? Who do you believe is your competition or whatever? And then do you think in or out of the box? And then I'm giving you all the prompts, and I'm giving you exercises for you to discover what you believe about you for yourself. I can't tell you how many Black women said, you want us to do all this work? It's for you. Who's supposed to do it for you? Me? This is your work. See, I have to do mine. And now you get it. Or, well, get through part of it, play games, and then get through the end or whatever, thinking, oh, well, it's going to show that I went through it. You don't know me at all, do y'all? Girl, I'm watching you from all kinds of directions. And those classes, I can really see what you did and what you didn't do, what you really did. I can also tell by the change in your mindset and your beliefs, because your behaviors change. If you took that class, I'm going to see you're not going to be the same as you were when you started it. No one is. Even though different ones of us get different things from it, still it comes down to the same thing. The behaviors start to change because your belief starts to change, because you're bucking now the programming and the conditioning that these people put into place on purpose. The reason I tell y'all you should read the Willie Lynch papers, because it's telling you exactly what they're programming you to do. Oh, well, that's just a lie and blah, blah, blah. Okay, well, that's why you still stuck with these same assholes doing the same thing repeatedly to you and to people you love. So you don't want to do it? You don't want to come up with solutions for yourself? Who do you think is doing it? Huh? Who's doing it for you? Who's gonna do that? Because so far ain't nobody doing any of that when it comes to Black women, Black girls, Black families. I don't know what y'all are talking about. I'm not going to be spending I don't have time to waste playing with people. Don't want it, then you don't. You do want it, then you'll do what it takes to have it. I'm giving you classes for free with my education, with my fucking work that I put into myself, with all of the things that I go hard to research and understand, and you want to tell me what? Okay, you don't want to do it, then don't. But you can't stay here because I can't keep remediating people. I can't. I developed the classes so you would have a common understanding. But for anyone to ask me to take them by the hand and tell them bar for bar what's in those classes because they refuse to take it and somehow they feel special. Girl, I had to write that shit. Do you think I felt like I was somehow special? Why should I write my own books? Why should I design my own courses? Why shouldn't I just get somebody else who knows this already to design my courses for me? Girl, what kind of sense does that even make? So, if you're unwilling to even read a Black Woman Center or read Season the Crypto Bull Run or take these courses, you ain't gonna do that for yourself, but you want other people, specifically, let's say me and Dee, but let's give us as an example. You want us to do what? You're refusing to do this shit for yourself, but you want to be, if you want to be treated as valuable, don't you need to know that you're valuable? Because in those courses, that's what you learn, that you are inherently valuable. You don't have to be something to somebody else. Okay? You are inherently not just valuable, infinite value. But none of y'all believe that. And I know why you don't, but you're not gonna come figure out why you don't. You're not going to do what it takes for you to have solutions for yourself. Oh, girl, I have fallen so many times and failed so many times, girl. That's a part of it. But see, you're not learning if you're not making mistakes, and in my case, bad choices, and failing. I grow from failing. I duplicate my successes and I hone those successes so I can repeat them and move up on them. But I also understand that there's a point to me failing something, but I don't let that failure stop me right there. Girl, I'm gonna find 3, 10, 50 other ways to get the same outcome I've been looking for. Just because a door is shut over here, whatever, doesn't mean that I won't blow a wall open over there.
Well, I mean, then who can tell you no? No. On a mortal level, who can tell you no? And I just jump in there
try
to just let folk know. All these other mortal people who also can die, they can't actually stop us from doing anything we kind of decided we're gonna do. Now, there are, as Auntie Love said, there's laws in the patriarchy. There are laws higher than that. And you can choose to violate any of all those and deal with consequences. But in reality, because you do have free will, you can do whatever you set your mind to do within the limits of being finite. You know, my mother and I have a joke. She's not going to lift me as a weight. That's just a finite limit. So there are limits because you're finite. But in terms of most things you want to get accomplished in the world, what Auntie Love talks about sounds strange.
Finite because of the body you're in.
Yeah, the body that you're in is a limitation.
Your flesh is finite. But once you have a relationship, no, for real. Auntie D has a relationship with Christ.
And he'll open doors that no man can shut, and shut doors that no man can open. And over here, you're hearing the same thing in a different tradition. But
But Jesus, I can tell y'all right now, Jesus didn't break one of these.
No.
Not one.
Because universal law is universal law.
He threw over the tables, but he doesn't break in, and he's not breaking that either, because what did we say?
See, they were robbing in the temple.
I will not be wrathful or angry unless it's a matter of justice, unless it's a matter of defending vulnerable, unless it's a matter of that.
They were robbing.
Jesus actually exemplifies
universal law. Of course, on the Christian side, we know the reason that this universal law exists is because the universe was set up for the universal law to exist.
Mm-hmm.
But again, deep study. See, what happens is, okay, everybody wants the benefits of succeeding in life.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody wants the benefits on a spiritual level. Now, I'm going to say something as a Christian that would be anathema to most other Christians, but it's in fact the truth. If you want to succeed in this life on this earth, in terms of mastering the systems of this physical world, any serious discipline you practice will help you. Because the issue is seriousness. Atheists can do well in this world if they understand how the financial, how basically what we're talking about is how energy moves from one place to another. It's what we're ultimately talking about. All matter is a different form of energy, matter is neither created or destroyed. Nature abhors a vacuum. All that stuff manifests. It's like if you look at the Bitcoin charts, you see things like Fibonacci ratios that show up in math, and then golden ratio, and you start to realize, wait a minute, what? Wait, I'm looking at a Bitcoin chart. How is this thing that happens with ferns going on the Bitcoin chart? So I can say that it went up to this price and it's going to revert to this because that's the next Fibonacci. Wait, what? Once you have an understanding, okay? And then if you want to be seriously involved with the spirit world on any level, it doesn't matter who you pick. No. See, becoming a Christian by comparison is the hardest thing you'll ever do, because you have to give up all idea that you're going to work yourself by your own imperfect labors into relationship with God. You have to come through Christ. But on the other hand, that's actually a lot easier than going through the truly ancient mysteries. There's things that Auntie Love has done to become Auntie Love that if you don't have discipline to walk as a Christian, you about to get killed over there. There is a reason that she talks the way she talks. It's calculated. No, seriously, when you go back into the ancient Egyptian, the law, the punishment, just like the 10 Commandments, which are one of the 616, actually, even in Jewish life was much harder than you think it is. The punishment for violating either of these is capital, meaning you can lose your head. She talks the way she talks for a very good reason once you understand. But this is what you have to get to, because I know there are people out there telling Auntie Love that everybody can't be like you, but that's okay. That's true. Everybody can't be like me. But if you want the benefits, everything requires. I know that Auntie Love told y'all about your limbic systems, because I was running back and forth trying to deal with, first of all, Mom was good, but Aunt Flo was not good at all. So, but as I was running back and forth, Mom was good, Aunt Flo is not good right now. So while I was dealing with running from upstairs, downstairs, doing all this, I passed by and I'm like, she's done told you about your limbic system. She done told you about things we were able to do as mothers of humanity. And of course, we differ here a little bit, because in Christianity, there is a father of humanity as well at the same time, but he also the one to drop the ball. So the men have been kind of messing up from the beginning over here. Auntie Love is like, well, they weren't actually there at the beginning. I'm talking about. So we divide there, but even so, you see the same things in terms of the mother of humanity was still doing amazing things before we have records about the men, because mitochondrial DNA can only be registered through the woman. Okay, so I know she told you about all this. Now that you know, now the challenge is, to the extent that you can, be doers of the word and not hearers only. You may have heard that in church. So you got all this information. And I think this is one of the reasons why we as Black women sometimes, like Auntie Love and I have read some very hard things. And we understand that having read those very hard things, we are not responsible for what we do. And I understand that some of us struggle with, we're already doing so much and we already feel so pressured and we already feel overwhelmed. I've heard that so many times in the last 3 years, from let's say June of 2022 in previous discords down to today. I think I probably heard it from the last time from that particular circle of people, but we recognize that you're overwhelmed. And so what we're saying is, okay, do you recognize that choices were made for you in some cases? Some people were groomed from childhood. We understand that part, that happens. But do you understand, to the extent that you have choices to make, that you choose what you're doing? Do you understand that now that we have Love Maya Edwards' book, we literally can look at the sum total of our choices and even why we're making certain choices? You know, what man are we trying to deify? What son of Adam who wants to be God and to remove God from your life and take his place from a Christian perspective, who are we allowing to do that and therefore making certain choices? Who would this person have been? Like one of the saddest stories I ever heard, a particular uncle in a family made a favorite out of one particular niece, but he abused everybody else. So it's like, what do you do when you were the favorite and you were treated well, but you have to come to terms with every other respect, this person is a monster. But he was nice to you and protected you from the other monsters, but still was a monster. Actually, I've heard that story. I have at least 2 different people that I know who have stories like that. And then you find out, you study a little more, and you find out that that narcissists sometimes have golden children. They'll pick one as a pet in order to keep it going to the next generation and to keep the family fighting among themselves so that they can't unify and do what Auntie Love's gonna do if they don't. They need to rescind that invitation you were talking about, because I'm still trying to figure out how they survived telling you it was because of the history. They need to rescind that invitation immediately for their own protection. But when you begin to learn that, then you become responsible. What Love Maya Edwards is talking about in her book is the possibility of becoming responsible for centering yourself. Y'all see me outside because it's streaming to my channel. I'm out here at 219 and 355 if I want to. We don't do a 355 as often because I've got things I've got to work with Mother Mathews now sometime in the afternoon, but that's my choice. That's my choice to do that. It's not because any man has told me, not even Father Mathews has told me I have to. It just makes life easier for both of them if I just do that because I see it needs to be done. I can't expect a man 88 to keep track of all this stuff. So I can choose to make their lives easier. But if I got stuff I got to do, I also can choose to be out there and deal with the consequences if something goes wrong. Because like I was telling you, if you got choices, but you got to deal with all the consequences. But these are choices that I've made so that I can be 44 and still glowing, as opposed to what I would have been doing had I married any of the 5 men that I loved, and I did. And those were not even what you call bad men. But it was not the right choice for me. And honorable mention to Sergeant Love, who realized at his age I would have 3 senior citizens. And to his credit, being a man, the only man I would put next to my father for exemplary Christian behavior, he said, nah, I can't, because I'm not deserving of that level of worship. Basically, I would be centering myself at your expense. I'm not going to do that. Yes. One among a million men out there, Black men in the community. I was blessed, but I'm also blessed not to be with him, because it would have come out just like that. I'm running from house to house thinking I had no other choice because I needed a man. It could have happened to any of us. I mean, Auntie Love has told us about some of the individuals. Let's say that she hadn't known that she couldn't climb up backwards out of those situations and thought she had to please those men. Auntie Love has told stories on this channel of what these men put her through. I'm just kind of like, I don't know. They out here still walking around loose, at least allegedly, to this point, because they learned how to leave her alone. Good for them, because she's like, y'all can't even go to hell. I'm like, as a Christian,
you know what's weird? You know what's weird, Deeann? Is down to my husband, okay? Let's be honest. Again, patriarchies are the language of a patriarchy is violence. So all of them, okay, even though they try to be emotionally abusive or whatever, okay, they I don't know why this is. Okay, maybe a little. None of them ever put their hands on me or whatever. Mm-mm. You only got so far with that bullshit with the whole emotional abuse because yeah, I'm not doing that either. And I am not unlike other Black women in this way. People come up to me planning to be violent. Okay, they have since I was young. I've been adultified just like most of us, and as a child, right? 5, 6, 7, all that bullshit. Okay, again, setting us up to have to be responsible for adults, males, and the adult women who fed us to them. Okay. So, been there, done all that. All right. The thing is, I will give as good as I got. And now I give times 10,000.
Yeah, I'm about to say.
Right. So yeah, it doesn't, like, for me, it's I realize that difference. I was built this way. What I've come to understand is that most women in this era and the era before this, who were goddess born warrior healers, they emerge, in different ways, but it all comes down to the same thing. They protect and then they heal, and then they protect and they heal. So I know that, like, different ones of us have that within us. Like, Deeann has that. Okay, I'm gonna tell y'all right now, y'all can say whatever you want to, but you better not ever, ever, never, ever do anything to any type of child in her. Oh, no.
No, I mean, literally.
I heard it was gonna have a tsunami or something, maybe in San Francisco. I was like, no, that's Deeann. Who did what? Because y'all done lost your mind, messing with some children.
Yeah,
girl, I know you.
This is not alleged.
It's not a question. It's not none of that.
There was this.
So when people, the men that I've chosen were in my life or whatever, they tried it, and they would even wait, 2 of them in particular, for me to be pregnant. Because you think you gonna, girl, wait till I had this baby. You just wait till I'm done. Because I gotta give birth.
Right.
As soon as I'm
child
up,
first,
you getting your head taken off. And you know it. That's why you try to, do the whole most and be and blah blah blah. No ma'am. Y'all knew better. But this is what would kill me. You just as crazy as hell. Can't nobody even. Oh really? But you could do the whole most over here. You thought you could what? Because I'm not choosing niggas over nobody coming out of my body. And I ain't choosing niggas over nobody over no children. I'm not choosing niggas. I don't care what your ethnicity is. Okay? I'm not choosing none of y'all over disabled. You've lost your mind. I'm not doing any of that. But I was forged this way. And I'm not attached to suffering. Because what happens with us when we don't break these cycles, when we don't come and do, open up our skin and study ourselves and start to decide what it is we want to believe about ourselves, then we just are going to perpetuate more of the same, either within ourselves, to ourselves, or to some, another Black one, Black girl,
we'll
child,
project
whatever.
it out.
Yeah. So the idea that these miscreants can stand up and go, oh, the reason we can't do nothing with you is because you crazy. No, the reason you can't do nothing with me is because I'm gonna give it back to your ass, and then I'm gonna wait for your entire family to all get together, even the ones of your family I love, and I'm gonna go around that building with gasoline, and I'm gonna stand back and start pitching matches and laugh while I motherfucking do it. See, I've been stalked because what do we know? 1 out of 5 Black women get stalked in their lifetime. The problem with doing that with me is I'm going to stalk you back.
Yeah, sometimes you get the bear, and
I'm
sometimes the
gonna
bear
take
gets
off
you.
work. Now, girl, I save a PTO for some silly shit, okay? So you thought you was gonna stalk me? Well, guess what, motherfucker? I'm gonna be everywhere you at, just leaning on my shit. Oh, I'm riding the elevator with you to your job. Mm-hmm. So
This
you thought
isn't
you was
even
gonna do
alleged, is it?
what?
This isn't alleged, is it? Maybe.
Right. Maybe.
Maybe.
No, it's not alleged.
I didn't think it was.
You remember back in the day, the phones in the house, right? And you
Yeah.
couldn't like star 69 came later, okay?
Yeah.
I had some motherfucker because they would call different women, these people, same shit you're going through now, same shit. I can remember this clearly. Call me and I've been watching you, and the weird shit they do. Oh, I gotta call the police and da da da. Oh, have you? Where were you at? How about we meet up? And I'm gonna do to you everything you were thinking about doing to me because I love this shit. So can we get down? Let's do
Oh, I
it.
know he hung up that phone and ran and didn't even know what direction to run in.
See how people are? They come forward, they say they want to do something fun, and then they bail. What kind of shit is that? I thought we was stalking. That's what I thought. So we're not? That's not what we're doing? Cause baby, I'm gonna have fun. So I get to lean into my apex predator. Girl, that's all I need. Let's do it. Ooh. So what parking lot would you like to meet at? Mm-hmm. And oh, by the way, you think you like can roll up star 69 my ass. I'm going straight to the pole. I'm gonna act like a whole white bitch, okay? And then I'm gonna find out where you at. And I'll be there. I see you after school. Mm-hmm. See, I've gone through things as a child, and it didn't hit me in the way that it may hit other people because I'm warrior born too, right? My mother was a psychopath. My father was a sociopath. You're going to have these anomalies, but that makes me a monster too. I just had a Malande who cultivated this code. Because yes, she had to say she was a Christian, and she would pray a hedge around us, all of these things. We was in church every 5 seconds, all of that. But one thing is for sure, wasn't nothing happening on Malande's watch ever. She don't care if you her cousin, her sister, her mom. She don't care. She would
Doesn't
have
matter.
cut you
Under her protection.
off. Okay,
Back from
you can
Mexican
never
kids.
come to her house. She ain't breaking bread with no damn lowbrow predator. She ain't doing that, and ain't no pedophiles coming anywhere near the children she raising. Okay, so I don't know what all that is, but she didn't do that, and neither do I. Yes, we're a bit different as we present as Muzz, but we don't do that shit. Okay, so all you're gonna get is your neck wrung or your head held underwater or what the fuck ever. Whatever violence you came with, especially me. I'm coming times 10,000 right back at you. I'm no longer just giving as good as I got. So, but that takes for you to know this is who I am. And while other people are over here telling you, oh, you don't get to do that. You don't, well, but why would you be like that? And da 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 da. Oh, you want to defend the hooker that came over here? We all at a restaurant just laughing and having good time with us as Black women. And here come this hooker. She got to keep interrupting us. You didn't need to do any of that. You serving the order, whatever, but you doing all that, right? And when I go, you don't enter, you don't do that again. Because we're going around the table, just, what is my cousin? Oh, love. Don't start. Don't do it, girl. You renamed yourself so they can wrap their little forked tongue around your name. The reason they can't say, they can't pronounce our names that we give, oh, these Black names and blah, blah. You can't pronounce it because you got a forked tongue. Lizards can't pronounce it any more than you. I got it. That's why you can't pronounce it. But we gonna sit here and change our names for these? Oh, I think not. And you, I don't care who you are. I don't care if you own this restaurant. I don't care if your mama is the president. I don't care who the fuck you are. You don't interrupt Black women. And you don't get to keep coming over here because you hear us laughing and y'all want to come and destroy anything that looks like we might be having joy or a good time or whatever. Ain't nobody fucking with y'all. Ain't nobody saying nothing to y'all. But here you come. Well, I'm going to shut that shit down. You came to the wrong table this day. And I dare one of, because cousin, love, say something.
Okay,
You get it too.
Can I ask a question? How does it feel to have people on one hand want to be under your protection, but also when they get protected, fighting with you about the protection? That must be very painful in many ways. Because I mean, we understand that people don't necessarily. Like I teach children, and I know sometimes they don't understand why things have to be a certain way, but now they come back 10, 15 years later like, oh, okay, now I understand. But we expect that because children are children. But for you to deal with that for your peer group, and let's say women my age in that age class, and of course you have a daughter of your own. So it's just like, how does that feel in terms of, as someone who's dedicated your life to, and I'm saying this because no one is exempt from abuse recruiters. If Auntie Love is protecting Black women and Black women are telling her she shouldn't do that and should be around it, she's being the target of abuse recruiters. To wrap it back, it's like you're protecting people that are essentially not healed enough to even be. That can't be fun. That cannot feel good. That must not be. That is not. No.
Yeah, it isn't fun. And I've done a lot over the years to work on my own behaviors to not unleash my apex predator or whatever for frivolous, I'm just using the word frivolous, but frivolous things. It's very important, and I do know that people don't understand, right? Including my family or whatever. They didn't understand mama either, girl, because her daughters, including my mother, didn't want to be like her, because she was, to them in their mind, they called her uppity. Why? Because she won't let pedophiles? Girl,
I'm
y'all
still
are
tripping
fools.
on. They need to be there for
Y'all
the
are
history. I'm
fools.
still tripping on this.
Okay. I don't, yeah. So I know it had to be very difficult for her in that way too. And it is difficult for me, but I also have a part of me, just like you're alluding to, that I feel, and I have very deep emotions, and I actually feel, because we're empaths, naturally goddess borns are empaths because we have that highly developed limbic system, right? So we can feel the feelings of other people as if they're our own. That's not the same as behaving with empathy. That, one is a behavior, the other is a condition. It's the way you're born. So what has happened over time, is that in my mind, the way my multiples work, because I have multiple personalities. So in my mind, the way they work is that now I just don't, how to explain it? I don't, the pain that I'm feeling when it comes to the suffering of children or other people, you know what I'm saying? It overrides the the noise of people not understanding why I'm doing what I'm doing. Because I feel the pain of in particular children. I feel their suffering as if I'm the one doing the suffering. And it isn't me, but it feels that way. So whatever, this Black woman's doing, or this cousin is saying, or whatever, it's drowned out by here. All I can hear is their pain. And I have to stop it. I have to stop this for them. You know what I'm saying? Like, so yes, there is of course a part of me that, sure, I would love it if people understood me or whatever. And that is painful. And I do have therapy, and I do partly because I don't want to hurt people that I care about, you know? Um, so I have to work on my behaviors in that way. I have to, really work on that. But one of the things I'm working with, this is a newer therapist for me. One of the things that she's really helping me to understand is the tools all these tools that I've made and built into, she's actually having me put them before I'm dealing with people, right?
Aha.
Because I've been doing it during a situation or after, ID my feelings, the rating, the pain of it, those types of things. So I can use tools to bring down my central nervous system. But now that I'm working with her, she's like, oh, see, here's the thing though. Put that at the beginning and the middle and the end. And so now, and she's not afraid, because they just like they say we're foul, we're the worst as Black women, or we're husband, whatever stereotype they have stereotyped, say most multiple personalities or severe depression or those types of things. They have made it evil, right? Or wrong. Well, it is wrong for them because they're only 8 seconds old. But for us, we interconnect with the cosmos, with each other, with living beings, and we even are interconnected in our way with chaos, so we can fight it, right? Because we're supposed, I'm going to use these types of terms. so it makes sense to everybody. But we're on the side of creation, and they're on the side of chaos. And so sometimes it would appear that the lines are blurred, but they're really not, you know? So yes, it is very difficult at times in my human self to accept that people cannot accept me, you know, um, and or they don't understand or whatever. Yes, that's true.
What
And
are the
my setting to um, stop the pain and suffering of the most vulnerable overrides all of that. No matter how many times I try to get off this train, my path. Okay, that's it. I'm not saying shit else to another black woman, another so and so. Good luck out there, or whatever. You know, I'm whining about that night. Okay, because I wait. That's my whining day is Thursdays. Okay,
Oh, this is
I
why
get
we
sick
do
of
this
my
Fridays. Okay.
yeah. I get sick of my damn self. Y'all want to know the truth? Oh, here we go. We go whine, huh? Okay, let's get in it. Right. But none of that, none of that is, I'm compelled to stop the suffering of the most vulnerable, especially since I feel it as if it's my own. So that's far more overwhelming to me, that pain of children, or you know what I'm saying, or the most vulnerable. That's so overwhelming. Sometimes it just drowns out everything else. Some
Yeah.
days all I can do is just weep. That's all I can do, because the pain of these babies is so overwhelming. And we're all just sitting around here and we're getting with it. And that part, I don't understand that. But I also understand that the people that we're allowing to be in authority somehow, they don't operate like they, they eat souls because they don't have them. You know, vampires are very powerful, and you know, I give that example according to them. Okay, whatever. Vampires are very powerful, but what, they are starved at the same time. Yeah, they're more powerful in a certain way, but also they have to have the blood of people with actual souls who are actually alive. You see? So they are also extraordinarily weak. I have to consider those things. But to me, y'all can all know this. You can all, I don't need to be the only one that knows some shit, okay? I want you to all know it. You should know what's in my head, and you should take it and take it to the next level. There is not a revolution, there is not a movement in which one or two people or three people should be all that there is. There should be, I get, you know, taken out in this form, the next person should be able to take over. But how do you take over if I don't give you what I know, right? Freely. You can't, you know? So yeah, it's it's very difficult some days. But I have the courage of my convictions. And that other people don't understand what that is, they don't need to. The fact that I'm out here trying to, just like you said, draw people's attention, these violent patriarchal modes, their attention away from black women, so black women have a space to just at least heal a bit, you know, right? And decide that they want to take come over and take classes or whatever. That giving them that cover, being the outward monster that they all say that they think, oh, black women are just mean and this and that. No, if they were, they would have slit y'all throats by now, which is still a mystery to me, but sure. But black women are hugely, generally the most compassionate, precisely because we have highly evolved limbic systems. So if you're feeling the pain of others as if it's your own, you want to stop that, don't you? Right? As an empath, because not only is that for instance, a baby not safe, but you're not either. Neither one of you are safe from the onslaught of what's happening to this baby. So I have the courage of my convictions. Oh, most people don't, but they can. It's not that they can't, it's that they're not willing to do what maybe I'm willing to do or you're willing to do. So, before we wrap up, I do want to do this though, Dee. I want to do this because I think that this is important. Listen, y'all. If people don't stop coming to me with crazy shit, listen. Read. How about you read? How about you read some shit you don't think you should be reading? Why do you have to know that? Why do you have to know this? Well, knowledge brings me comfort. I don't know about y'all. This is how I solve problems. I read the shit. So oh, really? Oh, that's what you're saying? Oh, okay. Really? Uh-huh. Nietzsche, I couldn't find my Mein Kampf.
Oh
Today.
gosh, Nietzsche is deep enough.
I do with that.
Mein Kampf
I really don't know
really
what
something else.
It's got to be somewhere. Okay. Anywho, Oh no. What? How come y'all don't? It's all here for you to read. What do you mean? I'm the only one reading it. What do you mean? What does this mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh, I'm a churched Christian. I couldn't possibly touch a Quran.
It will not make you burst into flames. You kind of need to know what's in there.
But you a fool because before these white folks enslaved your ass, it was Arabs, huh? Before that, Asians, more. And then before that again was Arabs, Persians. So listen, so y'all ain't gonna read? Well, that's on you because I'm reading. I don't know what y'all do. Oh, what's that? How you think I know what they did? Huh? Wait. Oh, this was my favorite that I gave to my cousins. They over here talking about this now. I'm like, no, girl, that ain't what Jesus did. I don't know what y'all talking about. Y'all ministers and shit like that. Well, where'd you get that Bible? I didn't write it. I'm just reading to y'all shit that you don't seem to understand. What you're doing is, you're reading the Bible, but you letting a pastor, a pope, a potentate interpret it for you and tell you what you ought to believe about it. Well, I tell you what, I don't know how many types of Bibles, how many, different types of Quran, all this shit, okay? But I gave this to my cousins, right? Because they're like, well, I like a Dakes, Concordia.
Oh my.
But, all this
you
other
need
shit.
A strong.
Girl, I got them too. But here's what I'm gonna leave y'all with, since y'all don't read the actual Bible anyway. Here's the thing. I'm gonna give this to y'all, and I want y'all to tell me in here where it says any of that shit. Okay.
Now.
What? Wait a minute. Why is it like? Oh, because you claim you are all this, but you don't know that one of the original languages that this came through was Hebrew? What the fuck are you talking about? So you're trying to tell me, and oh, by the way, this is the wrong end to open. Kind of like Japanese, right?
Yep.
This is the end. It's not the beginning. See, the beginning is here. Oh, Oh, y'all don't even know that? Well, hell, I don't know why you keep walking around here talking about you Christians, so you can't be. You don't know shit. You don't know shit about your own Christianity. You talking about everything else except for what Christ actually did and how he actually protected women and children. And when he was doing them parables, it was to tell those miscreants that y'all keep saying are disciples or some shit. Oh, you got Peter denying people, lying his ass off, okay? You got Judas over there making all kinds of bank. In fact, him and Peter, if y'all really want to know the truth, went to the Pope on Jesus because they didn't like.
They both
didn't
one
like
denied and one portrayed.
that the woman who came in who oiled him from head to toe.
The
They didn't
alabaster
like
box
that.
incident. All
And
12 of them.
the very next thing you see is them over there. Oh, Jesus will have on this and that. You'll know who he is because of this and that. But they sat there. Peter denied him. What's that one? Judas. And then
Judas betrayed
Doubting
him.
Thomas. And we could just go down the line. He was
actually
telling them, y'all suck. And y'all sitting here mistreating women and children. That's why he was saying, suffer the children. He was talking to Peter and that damn Judas.
All
and
of them.
These other miscreants saying, oh, you can't come over here and see our Christ because you are unclean as a woman, and because you are the originators of sin, your children can't come and see him either. That's why he was saying, who are you? No. The children can come here and get with me. The women are definitely going to be here getting with me because the last time I looked, they are the ones who followed him through his passion. They were the first ones to hail him as
They
Christ.
were the first witnesses of the resurrection, and they were the
the first three women. Okay, his mama, his sister. Don't say it, D. Don't tell them. Listen, you Christian women out there.
You probably should go look that up.
Who's the third woman? I want you to go look that up for yourself. Who's the third woman while Mary was pregnant that heralded him? You know, Elizabeth, her cousin was one. Mary was one. We ain't telling you who the third. That's on you to go look up. But I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this. Zachariah, he got his throat snatched.
Yep.
Because he didn't believe in it. But he was one of them potentates over there in the Jewish temples and shit.
He was a priest at that time.
So I'm just saying, how's that possible? How did that happen? And then y'all are good with it? Ooh, how did my battery die? Oh, D, my battery died on my computer. How's that possible?
Oh no,
girl,
well, we've been here a minute. We have been here a minute.
If I lose you, y'all, just know I wasn't trying to. Shit.
Okay. Well, all right. Well.
Okay. But y'all are starting to get what I'm saying. Like, how about you read some shit? How about you go back to your own Biblica, to those 4 Gospels, and really look at how Jesus interacted with women and children? Why do y'all only ever talk about Lazarus being raised from the dead? Not even the reason why he was, okay? But why do y'all always talk about that? Why do y'all preachers and pastors and shit, priests, why do y'all always talk about that, but you don't talk about the 12-year-old little girl he raised from the dead? Why? You need to ask yourself why it's in the Bible. It's in the Gospels. But that's not how it's being interpreted. Y'all are sitting there allowing these freaks to interpret it for you instead of having your own relationship with Christ. That's why I have a problem with church. You don't come here telling me about some verses and some shit, okay? this verse says this. You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about because you don't read it for yourself. You don't actually have a relationship with Christ. If you did, you wouldn't be trying to do all of this other shit to other goddess form. You wouldn't. You couldn't. You couldn't. Come on, Deeann.
No, see,
You
the deal
couldn't.
is, as a Christian, do good to all. Now, there is especially those of the household of faith, but again, if we're talking about church, we're talking about people in the same family, and then everybody spread out around. If when you have a relationship with Christ, you understand that the center that you need to keep track of more than anyone else is not anybody else but you. You're responsible to him for your relationship with yourself. When you focus more on making sure that you have that correct, you will have so much less energy to be picking on other black women, picking on little girls. You couldn't do that. You also will not allow little boys to be picked on either. We don't have as much high reporting, but pedophiles don't really discriminate like that. So
They
we
don't
have
care.
damaged boys becoming like the men who damage them. And sometimes we feed, but because the girls are supposed to hold this up, the damage on them is worse because they're expected to go
Ooh.
to the side of people that's going to be going through it again and again and again and again. Christianity will not allow, true biblical Christianity will not allow you to uphold a patriarchy of mortal men.
That's
You
right.
are not going to be able to be an abuse recruiter intentionally. Now, like I said, I grew up in church, so I had to go ahead and just talk to Love My Edwards. But okay, I have girls who are coming back with their children. The fathers have abandoned their families. I'm trying to be as supportive as I can. Talk to me about this concept because I know I'm doing as well as I can. Just okay. How would Christ approach this woman in this situation? From what I know, okay, but there may still be things sliding in from the abuse recruiter side that I'm not aware of because I'm just not aware. So
Yep.
even as a Christian, it's okay to get skills from people that have studied a particular area as well.
Yeah.
The fact that we all know each other has to do with the fact that Christ needs me to know how to do as best I can on an earthly level, how to love the people that he says that he loves better. And the Lord Jesus loved him some women and some children.
Really did.
When you really get to know the Gospels. But on the other hand, if you're gonna sit out here and want to be snuffing up under these men, no, he gonna call you on that too. Before the Samaritan woman was allowed to be the second greatest missionary in Scripture before the Acts of the Apostles, this woman, I'm not giving you the other one because you got to go find that one. The first missionary to Jerusalem, you got to go find
Yeah,
that.
you got
But
to.
the
That's
second,
your homework, y'all.
this woman, before that, the Lord Jesus had to let her know, you done been up and underneath 5, and you with one that ain't at this point. Okay, you think your validation comes from men because otherwise you wouldn't be doing this part here. But he didn't come at her like you're the sinner. No, not necessarily. Everybody in that town is. So all of them had to actually come out and come to him. But he
Yeah.
chose her because she was actually the only person looking for the Messiah. All this and all that. She evangelized her entire town. Not until Acts chapter 2, and we don't know if there were 3,001 people in that town, she still had the record on Peter up until deep into Acts. That's basically like, to use a reference that y'all know, that's some Billy Graham level evangelism. You got your whole town. When Jesus needed a faithful representative to the Samaritans, he chose a whole entire woman. But he had to get her attention away from these men she was up under, thinking that they out here in the middle of the day hauling water. And then these other women are out there attacking her because they think she's after their man. So they're lost in the sauce too. He did address it, but he addressed it in such a way that ennobled her. See, the thing about it is the Bible talks about silly women laden from house to house. So I'm just gonna put some names out there for an example. Because like Auntie Love says, I'm a good investigator. So I know, just looking at the comments from time to time, I'm just out here investigating. I know whole bunches of black women are going from house to house where they ain't worth nothing. They may be in the house of Princella. Although I will say her book at some point when we get finished with the list of book of solutions, some things she's written are actually, some of her ideas are actually very interesting. But if you're not going to
Yeah,
apply it, why bother?
I
We up here
read that.
fussing.
I
I
read
can't
her
remember the
last.
name of that book right now. There's some interesting things that she has to say that, like the fact that men can't love. Well, if you look at scripture and you look at the behavior of men, I don't have an argument with all of her ideas. But if you're just sitting there to watch the argument, because I watch what people do in the comments, because I used to be the Themas and Thought moderator, so I would profile people based on when was I going to have to put them out in the chat based on where they were in the comments around the different things. I could almost track it down to the week, even to the month. When okay, I'm just watching you spiral out of control, so you're gonna go do this over here and then you're gonna try this over here, and you don't understand that you don't get to do that over here, but they have a loose house and it's okay, but you said what? Okay, and then you said what to the black woman? You said this to a particular black woman in here. Okay, I already know you're gonna try this loose over there, and I'm gonna have to teach you. We going from house to house to house, a lot of us. It got an algorithm full of this stuff, going from house to house to house. The Bible talks about silly women laden with lust, ever learning, never able to come to the knowledge of the truth. I probably glided two scriptures here, but it's just like, listen, you wouldn't have to do that if you were practicing what you preach, because you would not think that these people are important like that.
Yeah.
It's just like Cam, Shannon, Marvin, Smokey within 3 weeks. All of them doing basically the same thing in the 3rd anniversary month of Kevin Samuels turning to dust, May. By the time we done had been to every content creator who covered this, I forgot TD Jakes, April. By the time we've been to every content creator who's covered this and offered no solution, do you know that you literally could spend 24 hours a day going from channel to channel to channel to channel to channel? And because I'm in folks' comments, I know some of y'all have probably done that. 24 hours is the whole day, by the way. I mean, I know we know this, but I'm just saying. If you knew the Lord Jesus Christ, you would know, first of all, no, redeeming the time for the days of evil. You cannot do that. That's one of the reasons I had to leave things involved. When I realized we ain't never going to get to solving any problems. I'm not allowed to waste my time assigned to me to handle the assignment that he's given me. I'm not allowed to do that. I had to just come. But also, who are these people that they are so important that I should waste my time? And once you realize you don't need any of them to validate you as a Christian, you're in Christ. Now, if you're in a different tradition, okay, you still need to know what that is. You still can spend your time better. But once you really understand, if you're a Christian, you understand who Christ is, who he is, what he empowers, what he expects, how much he loves you, what he will empower, and what he has for you to do. You will not be behaving in such a way that you have to. We just went through this in our church in April. And I'm just sitting up here like, okay, we had someone who was on if we could go back in time, she could have sung with the Jackson 5. She's on that level. She could be up there with Janet. Came for free. And these jealous, older Black women individuals who are still male-centered, trying to get somebody's attention, all the rest aside, they're going to try to act a fool. I'm like, okay, we're going to do this today. We gonna try this today. This what we trying to do? Oh, okay. I bet. I'm still in my mind trying to understand, but now having re-examined Love My Edwards' book, it triggered the abuse recruiting.
But another thing, Dee, the first thing you did, and the last time we were talking was love. First thing you did was diagnose yourself.
Yeah, it has to start with me because.
But that's what I'm saying. Like somehow we be think because, and it's the way the patriarchy is made. Okay, because it's about somebody winning and somebody losing, somebody being prey and somebody being a predator, somebody being a master and somebody being a slave. It's just, it's an ongoing cycle of violence on every level. Okay, I don't care if it's emotional, I don't care if it's physical, I don't care what it is. But the first thing you did was get with you.
Yeah,
I mean yourself in that scale, right?
Yeah, I can't be 5 because I'm not fully liberated from it because Jesus is a man. That will never be possible. But what I can be at 475 and still make sure that for mortal men, I'm pumping 0 of them traits. I can do that. But I mean, by definition, because Jesus is man, I'm being fair to the material that I'm reading by that standard.
Yeah.
But okay, now relative to mortal men,
No,
no.
you were being accurate based on your own behaviors. That's what
Yeah,
you
based on my
just
own
did.
behaviors.
Yeah.
And I can go from there. But here's the other thing that goes with that though. I'm not allowed to just take in information just to say I had it. Because the scripture itself is like, be doers of the word, not hearers only. So if I'm paying attention to it, I'm supposed to do something with that. And that's why I can't go from house to house to house to house. I can't be out here just filling my time with information that doesn't do anything. Why? Because Auntie Love feels the feelings of children suffering now. I have what you call anticipatory. One of the hardest things about us being two Noir Aunties, again, with all the circumstances around both of those situations, is that I can already feel the pain in advance that people are going to be going through. Because, I mean, I'll just take an easy example. The crypto bull run will be over in 2026. And at about that same time, the consequences of AI coming to take all these jobs and the foolery we're doing with the economy this year will be upon us. I already feel the feelings of the people who have not taken the last 2 years to prepare themselves. I know that they're going to run into a brick wall. And then they have kids too. And I can't get to all of them. And this is what has me up in my house crying. It's what have me up in my house crying when I know that, even knowing that some people are going to run into all their consequences that I can't spare them from, because I already know anticipatory grief is a real thing. I already know what that's going to look like because I've studied. My father was born during the Great Depression. I made it my business to find out what that was. There's the Great Depression. There's the Long Depression. There's Black people in general because of what happened to us. Now, even great financial moments have basically passed us by because of our positioning in the American economy. There's all kind of things that can happen. There's what happens to women and children when they have to make decisions. The men have left them with no good decisions to be able to eat, and just given the way abuse recruiting already works, what's going to happen to children under those conditions. I know all that. It is a heavy level of pain. In the same way that Auntie Love's posters have her 8 feet tall, I get it, I understand. But there's real pain that we feel for other people that we're not in terms of, we look at what's going to happen to Black women and children. In her case, she's looking at what's happening. I look at what's going to happen on top of that. There's a real level, and we're trying to reach out and help. There's a lot of stuff we do behind the scenes that y'all don't. We even have non-disclosure documents. You can't know about it. But there's a lot of stuff that goes on behind the scenes every day of the week. There are people that call us when they can't call anybody else because they know we're not going to abuse recruit them, and that's not common. Auntie Love has children that she's adopted from every color because they were children. This is not just Black people even calling the house at this point. So it's just like there are people that are in situations, and we have to find solutions. The reason that we're good at it is because this is what we have to do. It's just like putting groceries in people's houses, making sure people have rent, helping them to understand that I'm gonna fund you, but I'm not gonna fund you no good man. So you got to make a decision. These kind of conversations actually do go on. And the level of pain that you feel because you know that if people do not modify their behavior. I have seen people play with Christ and deal with on this side. Not to say anything about the other side, but just on this side, I've watched people play with that name and really have trouble. One of the reasons that I, don't, the Bible says, speak evil of nobody's dignity. But if you play with the name of segment, just don't. I'm just telling you, just over here, just don't, because I'm just telling you don't. But I'm just don't. But I'm just saying, whether you believe it or not, when you play with things at a high level, you play consequences for it. But even at the level of every day, as the economy changes, this is a burden. But the other thing that happens is, in these bodies, we get older. And what happens is you start running out of time for people that want to abuse recruit. You start running out of time for people that don't want to read up. You start running out of time for people that don't want to take advantage of opportunity. Literally, this is no boast. This is true. Between Auntie Love and I, if you've been around us for a year, provided you take and understand Confidence with Love's Self-Confidence Black Women course, and then you take the Season the Crypto Bull Run course back to back.
Yep.
So you believe that you can make every $20 you have into 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 120? Because there's people that have like done that. I mean, literally,
my
we
daughter, for
can be.
instance, the goddess born
Yeah.
over here, for instance. Okay.
Yeah, there's people that have got on board early because they believe that they can, because she grew up with Auntie Love. This is the thing, that we've literally given you the ability to change your life, and with no upper limit. If you follow the blueprint, if you believe that if you follow the course and then you follow the blueprint and Season the Crypto Bull Run for financial freedom, you could have doubled, tripled, 10, some situations, if you really got bold. Money would have gone up 10, 15 times. You kept applying it out. Although I don't go into some of the ways you can do that. But I mean, if you had just been brave and just got out there, you could have. But at least 4. Yeah, from October 2023 to the peak. Yeah, at least 4. You could have done at least 4.
Yeah, because my goddess born over here, whose name is Ma'at, she is now, okay, now originally it was my money she was, invested or whatever. I just wanted her to, she read the book, she's been following, she got a wallet set up, all that good stuff, right? Now, the other day she told me, I said, listen, did you look at chocolate? And she's like, I got this. Okay. I was like, that's all I need to know.
Cyclical
But
assets,
she said she is invested. She goes, but now I'm having $5 a month, a week or something. She said $5 a week, or I don't know what she was, $10 a week, something like that. And she just having that pull straight out and put, okay, along with my money. And somehow I ain't seen the shit, okay? But she been on trips to Atlanta and concerts and stuff like that, which is what, you know what I'm saying? Cool. I love it. And while the rest of y'all was not reading Season the Crypto Bull Run and putting it into action, look, that one, that goddess born, she taking all your money you could have had. Right now, she everywhere doing everything. And two. See, she went to Atlanta. Let me think. 3 months, 2 months. I don't know why she was out in damn New York in the snow or whatever. I know we got family there, but still, girl, I ain't going up there. Mom, don't even talk to me. Don't look at me. Right? And anywhere my dark sisters can't go, I damn sure ain't going. Okay.
Yeah, New York is kind of like out here.
Well, I will show up there too with it, but that's not, I'm like, I ain't going. Okay?
Allegedly.
Goodbye. She wasn't really inviting me. She was going to see my twin anyway. Okay. Don't y'all start with me. Okay. With y'all nonsense. All right. But she has had 3 trips since, or 2, 3 or 4, I don't know, since Dodo Bird has been inaugurated. Now that's just since January.
Yeah, but it's been on and popping because I'm just saying, y'all, this is the kind of level of information that is available.
We tried to tell you over and over. Deeann Mathews gave it to you for free, and you wouldn't touch it. Like, what kind of sense does that even make?
And like, that's the thing.
Who is out here giving you solutions to fiscal, economic issues? Who's doing that? Stephanie Perry and that Exodus Summit, all those women. Girl, so y'all want to go over there and clown? And those women are thinking forward, just like Auntie D is telling you. And y'all are not so how's that work again? I don't get it
And
because
that's
the Exodus Summit is giving you solutions,
and
and instead of going over there and learning, whether you are choosing to leave or not, she's giving you some also. Y'all don't get it. It's not, I mean, all of them. They're not only just giving you, here's how you do this. They're actually setting up embassy, basically. They have connections with the different countries they go to.
yep.
Girl, so y'all don't want to even know how that works?
And here's
You
the
think
crazy thing.
Elon is the only person who can have a business and go and get contracts with other countries? That's what businesses do all the time. But
I just
we
finished.
can't do that. What will the US think? What do you mean we
I
could go have a contract over in China without them? The same way Elon asked dude or whoever, I don't know. Daffy Duck, I don't damn know. But all I'm telling you is you could have your own contract, very much similar to what if you had read Season the Crypto Bull Run, you would understand exactly what I'm saying about having contracts with other countries, because Deeann describes to you how in the crypto, it where it comes to crypto, see, everybody is on the same level. But you don't get special dispensation because you a government as opposed to a business owner, as opposed to an organization. Oh, we can all get it the same. We can all
everybody
get
can
it the
get it
same.
for good
Okay.
though.
But y'all won't, you think it's just this. No, what Deeann has done, this is a bestseller. They had to create a whole new category for her. What she has done is she's informing you about actually how the world works. But we don't want to hear that. Oh, we don't want to read about all that. We want a good old smut book or whatever the hell you want. I ain't down to smut books. Okay, don't get me twisted. What I'm saying is, while you spending all this time over here going back and forth with some Negro pens, and by the way, when you guys do that, I want you to hear me really good. It's not that whoever's not standing up to that particular Negro pen, is that they're allowing them to speak in the first fucking place, to already put out the nasty thing, that whatever they're gonna say. And then whoever that is, they want to look like the hero or whatever. Because you went back and forth with that one.
And you
Girl,
wasted people
stop.
time
It's
for hours.
that person even speaking in these terms, even saying the shit they're saying out of their mouth with all of these black women, it's hurting them. Same thing when y'all let these legion come over into y'all comments. Yes, you might be standing up to them. Oh, you see, and explaining whatever you're trying to
A
explain to
waste of time.
lizard brains or whatever. Good for you. But the damage is done because you let her in there in the first place, and now she's saying all of this. She's spewing all of this nonsense and hatred and covetousness, and she's violent as hell. And just because she says it nicely in a fundy voice, go look up fundy. Go look it up. Just
Yeah,
because
that
she's
blew my
saying it
mind.
nicely in a funny voice, and Love's over here cursing people out. Well, we can't be listening to that because, no. But we're going to go over here and let this hooker come and go in our comments, and then da-da-da-da-da. Or wait till after they said whatever, and then block them. Oh, no, hooker, bring your ass over to me. If y'all don't know, I love that shit. I set traps for it. I can't wait. Oh, look, we got one. That's my whole answer in the beginning. Oh, black woman, we got one. Hold on. This one might be fun. Because they tend to give up like within, I don't know how long. couple, first of all, I'm not speaking to y'all, and I don't know how you thought you could come over here and speak to the likes of me. You are low. You are base. And it's the criminal shit you're doing to everybody else that's got me pissed off. But hey, since you here, let's play with my food. That would be you.
More beast, more troll beast. All they did was just roll up to be
I'm getting
made
ready to
into
show
troll
black
beast.
women that there's a whole nother option that don't have nothing to do with being nice and sweet to your nasty ass. Are you fucking kidding me? You think you could come speak to me and all of y'all over here admitting that you don't even use toilet paper? You just use your hand? That
Wait,
you
what?
go outside. You sitting here telling people like we don't know because we can smell you through the fucking screen. So you over here pouring some, I don't know, dish soap on your head, standing in the rain and calling that a shower? Girl, that's not a shower. Okay? You nasty cuss. That's not a fucking shower. But black women are too afraid to have their brand next to mine because what will the white women think? The one that hates y'all ass, covets you, wants to wear your skin, and has literally tried over the last 407 years to do exactly that. Rip your skin from your body and make it into shoes and coats and shit. So I don't think anyone has any room to come over to my fucking comments and think they gonna get anything but on an X upside down while I set your ass on fire. And let's see what you do with that, bitch. Because that's what you are. Because that's how you behave. You're cruel and you unusual. And you coming over here and you saying this vicious ass shit, but hiding it behind a nasty, if black women are going to tell us something, could you at least be nice to us? Sure. Yeah. So of course we could be. No. Absolutely the fuck not. Just like you came over here with intending to be violent because that's what y'all do. But guess what, hooker? I am so glad you made it. Let me give black women a nuclear option. Oh no, you ain't got to follow my option, but at least you know you can get there. And here's the thing. I want y'all to really pay attention to what I'm saying here. I've been doing this for years. You can go back and look at my damn videos or whatever, okay? I've been saying the same shit over and over and over and over. And I've been standing in the cut this whole time and telling white women to fuck themselves, fuck black men too, fuck their mamas who want to put them on like Diddy mama doing the whole or whatever. All of y'all can get it. But let me tell you this, okay? While y'all over here choosing to try to be underneath these hookers, I'm showing you what you really can do to fight literal evil. Like these women literally have taken their children to what y'all call picnics so that they could eat their souls, so that they would never see you as human. That's why they took their children. That's why racism is still alive and well, because white women train their children to be that. But first, they break their souls up by doing some sick shit like mutilating a black woman who's 8 months pregnant, hanging her upside down. And I don't want y'all to think that just happened in the 1900s. That's how they operate. They did it to each other before they came here. Who does that shit? Okay. Well, guess what? Some of those children would have known that woman. Some of those children would have known her children that you hung next to her. and riddle their bodies and then set them on fire. Those children might have been even taken care of by that Black woman. Now you got those babies out there and you're burning her alive and you're making them participate. What kind of evil are you that you could even, I can't even, I, I, I got, I don't, I'm sorry, what? But I have Black women over here telling me I'm not being nice. Well, I don't know what they do, but I'm never going to be fucking nice. Why would I be? This fucking United States is one big fucking crime scene. The whole most heinous shit. I don't care what kind of hell y'all have ever talked about in any biblica. The shit that these people have perpetrated, and then you got Black males over here making sideline deals and shit like they've done for 4,500 damn years to us as Black women. Why? Because you, as goddess born, are preternatural elemental beings, and they want you harnessed. So they have applied violence in every single way. Shit I wouldn't have ever imagined they have done to our bodies. But you want to protect them from me? Well, you can get it too. Y'all can all go. That's what I'm here to tell you. Because if you're uplifting their behavior by getting with them or trying to somehow protect them or whatever the hell it is, then you ain't shit either as far as I'm concerned. You're it, and you can go with them. Because let me tell you something. I think y'all really do need to get the art of war. See, it's not explicit, but it tells you what you do with somebody who's fucking disloyal in your own camp, selling you out and the rest of the people out because they in cahoots with the enemy, because they too are the enemy. But y'all won't read the art of war. You think it's just a battle ready thing. No, it's about also being able to protect your mind and the mind of the children that are in our communities. And then y'all want to go and strip these babies of their natural ability to protect themselves, which is hugely their voice. We have the most powerful voice. We make shit happen with our voices as God is born. And you want to tell little girls that they need to shut up, don't say nothing, oh, you too fast, or you talk too much, or all this other shit. Why would you strip them of that? And then on top of that, you're not going to send them to get self-defense, because these white people, they still doing the same thing with their damn kids. They over there while y'all talking about, oh, love, you're just too masculine, some other bullshit, okay? How come masculine doesn't apply to them white women out there shooting at the range? How come it doesn't apply to their children that they also take to the range? The reason their children are so accurate at killing other children in school is because they were trained to. Who the hell you hunting with a handgun? That's not usually what you use a handgun for. I don't know what to tell y'all. Who are you hunting with an AK? Because you don't really need that to hunt a deer or some shit. Okay? No, you hunt humans like you've been doing. This is who the fuck you are. This is who you've been. Ever since you crawled out of those caves, you lizards. But what Black women will do, because we're conditioned and we're programmed to protect this evil, you'll come to somebody like me and go, you're just being too mean. And What if they find out and you cause other people to come and hate on the rest of us? Girl, if they been hating on your ass. It don't that like, are you serious? Yeah, I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I don't care. Oh, really? Because you can get it too. And I'm going to definitely make sure that shit happen from here on out. There will be no grace. There will be no mercy for any of you turning over here and causing the harm of Black girls and Black children. Y'all let a white fucking bitch walk up to a disabled Black little boy of 5 years old and call him nigga, 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 and then get over $1 million of others just like her. And so how does she come to believe that she could just do that? Now, why isn't she afraid to do that, do you think? Well, I'll tell you what. The whole of Stockton, when I was raising my kids, was afraid of my ass showing up anywhere. And I would just do that shit just because it was fucking fun to do. But if you think you want to fuck with mine, with your little emotional shit, and you constantly doing this, what do y'all think that these schools are, these public schools that you're sending your children to? What do you think it is? They're in the business of conditioning and programming. So see, they support the bullies at the schools. The parents, the kids, everybody, they support the bullies. But they tell the other kids that they need to get used to being bullied. See, that sets you up to go take your ass to a job and let a white bitch say whatever the hell she wants and mess with your money, your head, everything. Steal your work. And then you're going to turn around and have to do her work for her and everybody else in that fucking department. But you mad at who? Me? Deeann? We didn't perpetrate any of that shit. None of it.
We're doing our best to give you tools to never have to deal with that again.
And you get to say you don't want it. You get to say that. We've said that. Girl, we ain't going to go against your will, but you are not going to take another second of time of our time away from what it is we are on a path to do to ensure that the most vulnerable are put here and the rest of these motherfuckers are way under here. That's what we doing. You don't like that shit? Get the fuck on. You ain't interested? Get the fuck on. If you think you coming over here and you gonna demand whatever the fuck it is from me and this beautiful woman, oh, you've lost your fucking mind. You've lost your mind. And if we allowed you to act out, it's because we allowed it. It's because we had a different purpose for allowing you to be the damn fool you choosing to be. And you go with that. Okay? But I got some news for you. Whoever you are out there with your little brands and whatever, mine is curated. My brand's doing exactly what it's meant to do. And you ain't gotta like it, and you ain't gotta be in any proximity to my ass. But you ain't gonna be doing shit from sign older to start nothing, stop nothing over here. We already read you, so I'm just telling all of y'all up front, if any of you ever wants to come over here, we listen to your behaviors. It tells us every fucking thing we need to know, and we're listening to it from different sides. Not just me and Deeann. We are listening to how you speak with each other. We're listening to how you use your time. We're listening to how you come at a problem with some solutions. We're listening to if you are going to take those classes, if you're going to read Crypto Bull Run. We're listening. We're listening. We watching everything you do. We seeing it from different directions all at once, both of us. So if any of you think you can come over here and you go, fool who? Girl, we do this for real in our real lives.
Every day.
We
And here's the tragedy.
In our real lives.
All that energy, because some people will do things because they just like children looking for a challenge. If people had spent over the course of my life, if I had a magic wand, what I would do for a lot of people is, now if I hand this to Auntie Love, she gonna take that stick and just clock well. But if I have it, what I'm gonna try to do with it is, I would wave it over folks and let them know that the energy that you use for excuse making, if you would just use that energy that you use to keep yourself from progressing and turn it into progressing. If I had a magic wand and could flip that switch inside of so many people I've known over the last, well, I can roll it back to age 16 if I want to, but let's just take the last decade or even just the last 3 years. It is no small matter for me to know that just the little piece of it that I directly can contribute to. It is no small matter for me to know that I'm out here at 319 and 245 and can be here in the middle of the day on Friday. The only thing I really have to make sure is that Mother Mathews and I are good. And that not only did I was blessed to have insight for myself, but to make it available to everybody for free. Because I wanted us to have it. I wanted us to have it.
Mm-hmm.
If people had not used every reason why they have been, and I realize we have been made afraid living in a very violent society. I understand it. Remember, I'm over here on the side of redemption. I know everybody's good, like Love My Edwards said, we're all good and well messed up. Okay? Because I realize what's happened to us. I get it. But if we could use the attention that we give on foolery, YouTube's been doing a funny thing with me. It's serving me talking about we need to give up on the foolery 1 and 2 years ago. Literally, it's serving me talking to y'all and now to myself about why you can't spend any more time about food because Deeann, you said you uttered in the presence of the Lord that this is what we need to do. So, but now that it's your turn and you just got to make some moves and change your algorithm. I just hear the laughter coming from the throne. It's kind laughter, but it's like you're gonna record all this stuff, all these other people, and I'm gonna send it right back to you because you need to get shored up a little bit. You cannot keep trying. I just found out this week that I live in one of the most Bitcoin friendly, Bitcoin spending cities in the world.
Mm-hmm.
I can go to, now I'm not going to do this because I'm still working on my weight loss journey, but I can go to a bakery and get all these gluten-free goods and not come out with a dime. They're gonna take Bitcoin. I can go to different restaurants as a Bitcoiner and just live a Bitcoin lifestyle. But also because I'm an investor and not a consumer, I'm not trying to impress them white folks in there that I can come in there and do that. I'm not trying to do that. They're kidnapping Bitcoin, they're kidnapping crypto people. So wisdom says no. But wait a minute, if somebody is out here selling a cupcake for Bitcoin, maybe I can make a pecan pie for Bitcoin.
Really can.
So what that
Really
tells
can.
you is not that we're gonna go out here and try to impress some people that don't love you, don't care about you, and anything else. What that says to my mind is even during the bear that's coming, because I understand Bitcoin, that means I can be making money that people don't know about all through that time period. And that gives me opportunity that other people can have, but they won't because they didn't figure out how to do the easy one. The easy one was to make money between 2023 and 2025. If you don't know how to do the easy part, it's going to be, first of all, you don't have it. So if you didn't buy it, you don't have it. And so if you don't have it, you can't do anything with it. I just finished a small international project. Somebody sent me 50 in crypto for the project. It didn't cost that much. Said, I want you to make sure our Deutschland mit Liebe out of Germany with love, because that's all for my second language. He made sure to send me money for Kaffee und Kuchen. I can go get a donut. So if I really wanted to get crazy, I could then go to the donut shop with Bitcoin. Somebody else sent me to go and get. I ain't even gonna spend my money to get coffee from a good-looking man in a whole different country. But I can't get people to buy Bitcoin so they can live like this. It drives you crazy. But after a while, you sit up and you realize We're not talking about 5,000. We're not talking about $50,000. Those of you out here who want hypertrophy, do you know that some of the men that you want to look at are Bitcoiners? And they have exclusive Bitcoin social media and exclusive Bitcoin meetups that you can't go to because you ain't got no Bitcoin. They up here and like, y'all,
Right.
I just found out. One of the most beautiful parks in San Francisco, they have a spot that is for Bitcoiners only. You know who's eligible to go up in there and find out about the events? I'm just gonna come up there to the reception and just be like, put a bookmark in this and be like, yeah, this is what I wrote, but I'm on the investor side, but I want to learn more about the coding side and receiving payments and paying people in Bitcoin. I just want to know what latest events you have because I am a Bitcoiner. I don't want to be by myself. I honestly don't. But here is the issue. I can't choose. Just like I can't choose for you to be a Christian. Auntie Love and I are never budging. You see this line in the middle screen? I can't choose to take her with me. She cannot choose to take her. So we either gonna be standing for the Christ and segment, and there's gonna be some issues and so forth and so. But this is the thing. It's called free will. Y'all see this line here between the two words? You can't take each other across this line. If I reach over there, you see my arms disappear, right? Because I can't reach over there. But people can reach over by
Same
me.
here. Same here.
So it doesn't matter. If there's a natural disaster, if there's an earthquake, she can't actually pull me out of San Francisco. And I don't know what crazy white folks are doing in the Carolinas, but I would be trying my best. But you see my hands And after a while, y'all, here's what happens. When you realize that you can't, then you are responsible to stop trying. Because you are being foolish if you continue to attempt to do for people what they absolutely refuse. And so this is the second time on Noir Aunties that we have found ourselves and see we have had to accept the consequences of our behavior because we want people to be able to buy inspiration and be inspired and see what is possible. And what we're finding out is no, we're going to have to go ahead. I'm going to have to go on and finish vetting 102, although my brain just needs days and times to recover because that is the most mind-blowing course. I thought vetting 101 was something. We're going to be vetting on a federal government before the latest iteration level. There won't be anybody left in the federal government that can even do what you can do after vetting 102 because of what's going on now. They won't even know how to do this. They ain't got it. They need to take it. They're going to need to take this course. They don't need to pay her to take this course to get back to their former states real soon. We need to do, like your therapist said, we need to do this first. See, we had to go through some pruning and some because the laws of the universe apply no matter what reason you think you have for not applying it correctly. You still have to pay for the consequences. If I go step out of my house in these tall San Francisco houses and don't go down the regular steps, but here's the deal, y'all. Let me leave you with this. Auntie Love and I are not 8 feet tall. I have broad shoulders, but they're actually not 5 feet wide. I have a big voice, but it ain't the voice of the divine. It's a small echo, but it ain't at that level. Believe me, if either Jesus Christ or Sekhmet chose to speak to you, you would know the difference. I'm a human being. I'm not 8 feet tall. You don't have to step up 2 stories to get to where I am. There's steps for it. And so we've been talking to you about steps for it. We briefed Project 2025. We know most people are not going to read through 936 pages, so we spent 2 years briefing it. Love did not hand it to you in one course. She has 3. And I know you still have the interracial marriage course. I know it's back there. So there's really a 4th. Those of you who want to kind of go down that road. Yeah. I'm like, if these Germans keep paying attention, I may to invest.
As long as they bend the knee to you, I don't care.
I know, but that's just a different culture. It's just like, how do you do international vetting? I may need to get up. Well, we got to talk about the greengrocer who's now feeding me grapes and all the rest. So he's already been in the knee. He's half qualified, but he's also, like, I need to take that interracial course. But I'm just saying, the steps are there to do the things that you say that you want to do. You tired? Well, there's Stephanie Perry, there's Rashida Dow, there's Adea Borshade, there's Exodus Song. If you're having trouble in the job you're in, there's anti-HR lady. I'm giving you names of Black woman creators. There's Lifting as We Climb Consulting, and then there's our friend Marissa Price, who just did a wonderful summit to liberate your job. We went and we shared her stuff too. And we also observed how she promoted her summit compared to how other people promote their summits. That's a whole nother conversation, but we have observed that the woman is serious about what she's doing.
And the thing for Marissa, like, I want y'all to really understand something. Marissa is actually telling you about what basically white women did to her.
Yeah.
and other people, right? And she has, she's just, oh, she's just, she's just so, she's brilliant. She's just listening to her voice. She's just, oh,
Very common.
okay. I don't even know what I can say is, oh, oh, you know, and I do need to show you guys something. I want you to understand what it means when you step onto your path, whatever that is, and you have the courage of your convictions. Now, we gonna ask Auntie D. Auntie D, 3 years ago, did you hear, how many Black women did you hear cursing out white women 3 years ago?
Other than yourself, zero. But also, but to answer this question, I need to be careful. I in my algorithm, you're still one of the very few exceptions. I am a
Yeah,
soft-spoken Christian
yeah.
Christian. So to be fair, I probably was not listening. But I can say this, because I was a moderator with Demons in Thought. If there was another woman like you, it would have been obvious, because that would have been a thing. Everybody would have been talking about it. So I know,
Yeah.
even though my algorithm would not have helped me pick that up, you were unique, because it would have been a thing back then. Because,
Yeah.
Kevin Samuels would have talked about a woman like that if there had been another one existing. Of course, he's too
Right.
big of a coward to even think about dealing with you. That is not even an issue. But
But
if there
but
had been
to
that
your
one that was
point.
accessible, if there had been one that could be handled, they would have been after her.
Yeah.
3 years ago, nothing.
So to exactly what your point is, you were hearing basically me going off on Black men, whoever. Okay. I don't associate with them. I'm not, y'all remember that 3 years ago? Like, I'm not in community with them. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't do them. I remember Themis asking me one time, just because I was on a panel or something, and he was like, well, so do you think that Black men are, I don't know, necessary or some shit? I'm like, no, they're obsolete. They made themselves obsolete. And then, yes, I do. I go all the way off half a years. Okay, listen, in actuality, I've calmed down in a certain kind of way, because girl, you couldn't say shit. A white woman saying some shit to me, and I was one of the only ones up there, girl, I will, girl, no, there's too much alleged shit here. Okay, I can't even get into it. Okay, but the bottom line is, you didn't hear other Black women saying any of that shit.
Mm-mm.
Not on TikTok, definitely not on Facebook. Okay, not on YouTube. Nowhere. There wasn't Black women going off on white women or white men or none of that. Y'all understand what I'm saying to you? They were not. And I'm going to tell you the truth of the matter. I mean, I don't care if it was my family. I don't care if it was people out there. You can't be doing that. Why you always got to be so profane? Why you cursing and this and that? Y'all don't understand. Okay. And that's okay. Now, I want you to look at it now. Y'all can turn on TikTok in 2 seconds, and you're going to hear Black women cursing white women out from stem to stern. You can hit YouTube, you're going to hear the same shit. Black women, I wish you would come over here, you hooker, and girl, they going off. Where did that start? See, that's power. The ability to influence. That started right here with the one who had the courage of her convictions, while everybody else was saying, "Oh, you can't do that. Oh, what if they get upset and then they'll punish us or some other shit." I gave Black women a nuclear option that they could choose, and guess what? For such a time as this, they choosing it. They have options, and I was one of the people who gave them that. So now, after this election, when this asshole is doing whatever the hell he ain't there, he is doing, because I keep telling y'all, it's little X that's in charge of shit, okay? He just can't make it to the White House all the time. He's only 4, okay? And what? I mean, he could before they started setting fire to Teslas. That little baby boy, he can't get there all the time to manage these dumbasses, okay? So he's doing the best he can using the body that he has, Elon's, okay? But he the brains. Okay, I'm just telling y'all.
They need to have him up in there real quick now, because the last 2 days have been insanity.
I told y'all, Lil X beat Elon's ass for the same reason that Northwest got, what's that boy Kanye, a day nurse, whoever that white girl is he with now. That's it. You lost me not what? Money. Beyond you lost me billions? Oh, and then I could hear X now say one more thing. And he said, but X, and X was like, okay, that's it. He beat his ass.
That's what Elon told us. That's what Elon told us happened. That's the crazy part. It's like Auntie Love ain't making this up. That's what Elon said happened, y'all.
X beat his ass. He beat him down, girl.
The whole black
you want to quit? Oh, you think you gonna quit? Oh, X, I just need to quit. This is too much for me. Say something else. And he said, but X, and then he got his ass kicked. Okay? Because you ain't going to lose this child billions of dollars and then turn around and talk about you want to quit. Girl, you done lost your money. You get your hooker shoes on. You going on the crossroads and you going to be on the corner. I don't care what you got to do, but you better run me my check. Okay? Don't play that. These kids ain't playing that, okay? But, back to my point, right? Black women have now taken my profanity in the whole works, girl, A to Z, girl, and they are pushing these people back. They not playing. They ain't doing any kind of nice nothing. Girl, I have heard my own words come back in so many different ways.
I have heard your concepts come back
times. Okay,
I hear concepts from people who don't curse. Obviously, I hear myself. I try to credit you for ideas that I've learned from you, of course. But I do hear your concepts out there. And quiet as kept, I marvel at some men's temerity. But now and again, because it's all of a sudden, certain black men are acting like they're going to try to pretend. I'm like, you're going to try on some language and you're going to get visited. You don't you use our stuff in vain. You better keep your life. If you're gonna say that, you better keep your life together. Every now and again, I see some black man who's trying to sound like he's suddenly changing his mind and trying to stand up for us. I'm like, that sounds real familiar, but you gonna get visited. You better stand up to it now that you done. That is influence because some of the concepts is great.
Yeah, there's a very, very, very few. Okay, like you can't. There's a very, very few. But those black men they're not tied to masculinity in the way that other people are. And they're that rare, like Father Mathews, they're a rare.
Yeah. Father Mathews, and let me say to everybody, why is Father Mathews rare? My pastor is the same way. They were put in significant time with their mothers and their grandmothers, and they observed how things were going. And both of these men will tell you the same thing. First of all, we wouldn't be here if it weren't for black women. Black women are back on the community. If anything is going, it's been black women. My father's 88 and just observed over and over. My pastor's 74, and they're just like, if we're still here. My pastor's gotten up in the pulpit and said, some of us black men don't live to be 74 because God looked at us and said, I gave you the greatest blessing ever. You didn't know how to treat it. Bye, gotta go. But they saw it because my father's father worked 3 jobs. He just wasn't there. And so, because he was doing, at least he was doing what he was supposed to do. Don't get me wrong. Noble Eugene Mathews got the darn thing done. My grandfather. But because of this, my father got to observe what it cost his mother and grandmother, but they got things. Big Mama and Mama were the ones that from day to day got the smack done, and he watched this all
Mm-hmm.
his in his formative years. So he just looked around like, okay, who's out here down the road drinking and carrying on and embarrassing my dad, having to call these primitive Baptist duck hunters because they in church drunk. Who's causing this kind of trouble? He's told the story publicly, so I can tell it. Who's my grandfather out here trying to cover for on one hand, but then on the other hand, who's keeping everything and everybody going? So he got to observe that. But see, he also was able to observe it from the point of view of not having to develop the ego yet because it's so young about what men do and what women do. And then when he became a Christian, that tension in his head stopped because again, who did the Lord Jesus took his first witness to Jerusalem of his birth? Y'all go look that up. And then if you paid attention at Easter, you already know who the first witnesses to the resurrection. But see, you become an exception by accepting reality. And if you accept reality, who keeps everything going?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just, men who accept reality are going to be sensible about Black women. Men who are not
Yeah.
sensible about Black women are also delusional.
Yeah, and another huge part, I don't want y'all to think that people, all these people are just watching me or whatever. Another huge part is I'm behind the scenes a lot of places. So y'all don't know if I'm putting words in the mouth of a legion. Huh?
Oh, that's true too.
You don't know that. You don't know if I'm putting words in the mouth of whoever. You don't know. But I'm telling you, you have the same ability that I do. I'm not kidding. Like you do. This
Yes.
is called influence. Listen, the baby part of influence is manipulation. When you're younger or whatever it is, or immature or whatever it is, you manipulate. But as you evolve and you grow, you learn to influence, right? If that's what you do. If you take those classes we given and you go get you some, so you read the crypto bull run, season the crypto bull run, you'll get it, right? You'll get it. Okay. And I understand how to influence other people. Now listen, let's not get it twisted. The white women I'm behind the scenes with, they cannot speak to me. Like, you can't come in, like, girl, don't do none of that, okay? Because I don't like y'all. Because I was quiet as kept. I was over there at Clubhouse years ago and on panels with white women just to tell them, yeah, I'm here to tell you, fuck you. I don't care shit about you. And I want all the Black women around here to hear me, okay? I don't care about them. I'm here for y'all. You hookers can kiss my neighbor's dog's ass, okay? But you, when I come through, shut the fuck up. I don't care if this is your panel. No, it ain't now. And I said shit. Just that, the same thing you see me doing. Words, okay?
Oh, I know that was
So,
wild. I know
so,
they were
so
not
y'all
ready.
see, yeah, y'all do see what I'm saying here. You don't need to look at me and compare yourself. You don't need to look at Auntie D and compare yourself. We don't do compare. We're not in competition
We're
with
not in
people. Okay, that's
competition.
question number 3. Let us just give you the answer. We are not in competition because who could compete with Deeann Mathews? Why? I mean, who would he?
And is
Okay,
it even
she
necessary? No.
it isn't. Like, you don't understand when you are set, you have your mind set up with, oh, that's my competition. Girl, you don't have competition. That's what you'll learn. You don't have any as God is for. Girl, you don't have competition. Stop doing that. Just because other people believe they your competition, that's their damn problem. They don't have nothing to do
They
with
don't
you.
qualify.
They don't.
They don't.
But how do we help you change that belief that you have and that mindset and that fairy tale going on in your head that way back there behind the scenes? But just like they've been trying to tell you, you're not enough, you'll never be enough. Meanwhile, They sucking your blood dry, girl. They eat our pain. That's why they do it, because that's a part. It's not just about taking your blood or your body. It's about trying to fill a hole that they have in their being. Okay? Remember I said you can't be racist and not be either you have to be either a narcissist, sociopath, or psychopath. And then when you go read about psychopaths, sociopaths, and narcissists and how their brains are set up, then you understand, oh, so they don't really have a functioning limbic system. Well, how any of us think that they would, only being 8 seconds old, is beyond me. However, this is how you influence. But in order for you to be able to do that, right? Because, the common rule is you can't change other people, with a little bit of an exception, okay? And here's where the exception comes in. You can't change other people. But I can tell you this. People in a patriarchy are motivated one of two ways, either internally or externally. Those are the two ways because of the way the mindset and the way that a patriarchy is set up. The violence with which it's under. So, while I'm not going to be internally motivating any of these jackasses, and neither are you, even though they keep trying to tell you you should manage a white legion, you should manage her behaviors for her and her thoughts. Like you're trying to get her to think that you are a certain type of Black woman, but not a certain type. I don't know why you even fooling with any of that. Okay. She's not, she doesn't, she can't. You understand? She can't. So when y'all are doing this, where you think you're, I'm not fitting into this social, stereotype, but I'm trying to fit into this other one. That's you trying to fold yourself into a box that some other people created, which is number 4 question. Let's just give you the answer to that. I can't give you the answer to 1 and 2. That's yours to answer. Okay. I can give you guidance as to how some things, some techniques you can use to get to what you believe about yourself. But I cannot tell you what you believe about yourself or what you should believe about yourself. That is not it. You have to decide that. Just like you have to decide what you want, need, and desire. Otherwise, people come in and they start making all kinds of decisions for you. You understand? So we, as Goddess Born, we don't have a box. There is no box. So if we follow that track, if there's no box, then we are nothing but infinite possibilities. Now, just because other people want us to be fitting into boxes and shit, doesn't mean you need to do any of that. But you're going to have the courage of your convictions. You're going to have to be able to articulate who you are, not based on a job. Okay, y'all understand? It's not based on a job. It's based on who you believe yourself to be, not inputs from what other people want you to believe you are for them. Okay?
In Love My
And
Edwards.
you want to be able to influence? Do you want this to change? Then you're going to have to apply external motivation. Because that's all they understand. They either are internally motivated for whatever reason they are, or they have to have external motivation. Because of the way a patriarchy works, that external motivation is generally, especially in their cases, it's generally violence of some sort and some level, right? So how do I then I'm not changing them. What I'm doing is I'm putting in the environment, because of the way patriarchy works and the mindsets and all of that, while all of y'all are sitting around here doing the whole most and nothing at all, because these people do not, they can't, it's not there for them. Okay. Then when I come in, I give external motivation. Now, some of you experience me as compassionate. Some of y'all can experience me as kind. Some of y'all experience me as the ruler of hell and purgatory. I don't know. I'm not good, because I don't have anything to do with these people's definition of anything. It means nothing to me, really. The only reason I speak in these terms is because most Black women and Black girls and Black men, they only know it in these terms. So I have to try to break down the matriarchic language into something that's very limited. Patriarchal language is so, there's not a lot you can do, all right? Because it doesn't even deal with compassion and things like that. Actually, Bella, the word Bella is Latin, right? In Latin, it means war. But they got you thinking that Bella means beautiful, and I'm the belle of the ball. I'm a Southern belle.
That's right. Ultimately,
Belle means
beautiful.
war.
Yeah.
So while the language may sound, what do they try to make it sound? Romantic. It actually is extraordinarily limited and dualistic. It's very binary, and that all of y'all need to believe it. But how I cannot walk, because there's hundreds, when I tell you it's hundreds of Black women now, especially since this election, contacting me, and I'm trying to lift them up, and I'm trying to make sure that when things come to, like, say, boss up and get it now, or these are just some of the great women you can follow, or Crystal Black, or Breezy 47, of course, centering Black girls and Black women, Love Mike. Okay, there's so many Black women that are just brilliant, like they on it and whatever, but they get attacked by these miscreants. So when I read it, I hear it or something, I will go in and throw cover. I'll go in the comments. So yeah, all the rest of you, look, I'll be calling it Legion and such and such, Crossroad Demons, Holes in the Crossroad. You thought you could come over here? Well, she not by herself. I'm here. Bring that shit over here. Come on. And don't be scared. You was talking all big and bad just a minute ago. Yeah, none of them are alone. Just like y'all saw me say what I said about Maya. Don't go in her comments saying some stupid shit, okay? Because if I see it, it's you gone, okay? I'm cutting you up.
Listen.
My protection. And so, do y'all have no idea what it requires of someone to lay out that type of protection plus influence from all of these different directions, and then try to make sure that those who want to free themselves from these mindsets and whatever, make sure they have what they need to be able to do it, because we don't know what we don't know. But I'm looking at, there's 3 people watching this. I could tell you if this was some other platform, it'd be 3,000. If we was talking about the Housewives or the next thing, a dumbass Negro P.
We could talk about the Diddy trial. We talk about the Diddy trial.
Oh my goodness! If we could talk about the Diddy trial and every other second of that, when it's a repeat of a repeat, why don't we stop the Diddies in the first place? Because we can.
It's a different Noir Aunties. I have given thought to this. If you think you depend on it, you ain't gonna stop it. And it really still goes back to abuse recruiting.
That's right.
If you think you
That's
depend
right.
on it, you ain't gonna stop it. I mean, as there's a
You're
whole
also not going to
show.
move forward on doing something else, right?
No, because you
So if
you
you think
think
you
you depend
depend
on it.
on it, you're not you're not you're not interested in building infrastructure for yourself, so you don't have to go to the people who literally hate you. They try to tell you every way they know how they can't stand you. Okay?
But
They
you
just
think,
they just know how powerful you are, and they've been trying to harness you. That's
and
why they
because
use the violence that they use too. So so y'all are okay, and but trying to get black women to share our top, oh, they going too deep or some other shit. Okay, well then go read up. That's what we do. There's a whole lot of shit we ain't gonna know in this lifetime, but we sure trying to find out.
yep, because our not only does our life depend on that, every single black woman and black girl is connected to us life could depend on that. Now, my students are coming back to me for a reason. They're coming back to me hoping that I have things that can help them. They trusted me when their parents trusted them with me when they were children. They know that I love them. But I can't say that I love them if I'm not giving things that can help them. I can't say that I love them at this stage of their affairs if I'm not trying to, okay, there's gonna be a depression, there's gonna potentially be a Great Depression. So what do I need to find out today to give them a chance to survive with their kids? What have I been doing for the past decade? Meaning that we can send them to school without reference to nothing. We got another one applying for a scholarship I helped put together.
Mm-hmm.
What are we doing to make sure that while they can go to college, because you know if Project 2025 works out, there will be no jobs and therefore no reason for college. Demand destruction. Look that up sometimes. While you can do these things that they can get, because once you have education, they can't take it away. What am I doing to make sure, I have a wonderful baby sister who is now working on, well, younger sister, she hates that, but she's working on making sure the kids in the neighborhood, we sitting down talking, I'm like, well, but they keep planning to do that, she said, I'm so glad we talked because I hadn't even thought about it that, but yeah, I'm gonna mention it at the next meeting. What can I do to make her feel supported? Because she's gonna try to make sure the kids get 2 solid meals, actually get to learn who Jesus is and what he expects instead of what they have been learning, and then have a fun day when we're gonna sit around and protect them. Y'all be on the perimeter like, yeah, you thought. Don't even look over here.
Right.
I will blow you with just the power of this voice. You're gonna get blown clear into the next day. Don't even look over here. So they can have for a little bit of time. What do I do to support her in order so that she can step up to this next rung? What do I do for the children of these children? They don't know how to do choir rehearsal. But if we do a spiritual and stand up and do some jumping jacks, they're gonna feel like they can. They can clap off tune and everything else, but they can still do. What do I do to make sure that they feel welcome? What it's like for Auntie Love and I, we are, and on my own channel, since I am switching my algorithm, this is our life every day. There's a lot of details we can't give you because there's people that we actually have to protect. But it's just we're not talking outside of our neck about what some fool that puts no money in our bank account. It's like the whole Johnny Majors thing. Johnny Majors made his decision. You trying to turn a white woman into Coretta Scott King, and Megan Good decided to step up and be number two. Well, they're married now. Good for them. But we ain't never need to talk about that again unless we need to get Megan out of a situation, and we hope that we don't. But then again, you
Yes.
just never can tell. We're not going to abuse recruit her. We're not going to speak evil against what's going on. But I'm just saying, did any of that put any money in your bank account? Did any of that provide a solution for your life? Well, Johnny and Cam and Marvin and this one and that one and this one over here. And then so and so finally got her man and she got this and she got her a white man. Oh my. Did any of that get you to the relationship that you wanted in your life? Oh, we TD Jakes, this and that. Did TD Jakes help you get a better relationship with Jesus Christ, or did you have to do that for yourself?
Uh-oh.
We're talking about the things we have to do every day in order to do the things we have to do every day. Auntie Love is, of course, a unique individual. You cannot be Lovely Austin any more than you can be Deeann Mathews. We're saying get out of the way of being who you were created to be.
Yes.
Now, she and I are not going to agree about the identity of the creator. Everything we can't settle. Everybody got to choose that for themselves. But at least, did you know you have a choice? You actually may have been raised in church, but you already know that you just don't want to be here, don't care the least bit about Jesus Christ. You want to do something else. You just up in there messing it up for yourself and everybody else. So could you learn who Christ is so you can make an informed decision? Could you do that? Because that way I don't have to come get you when you say something dumb to these kids. See how much trouble you're not going to be in? When I have to come roll up on you, you will not. I don't have to roll up on you like that. That's just a little taste.
It's her voice. She scratches my voice box from behind every time y'all don't know.
People have been experiencing this for like minutes at a time. I'm like, could you please find out that Christ protects the children so that you can protect the children and you don't have to experience me in a building that has high ceilings. Now, understand, it's a high ceiling building with acoustics. I can sing from the choir all the way back to like the back of the room. I mean, it's just a huge acoustical theater type building without a mic. So you gonna not follow Jesus Christ and you gonna roll up on some kid and say something dumb, and then you're gonna get 5-10 good minutes of me in this room because you didn't want to decide who you wanted to serve. Well, then you're gonna get real dumb and you're gonna walk out of church and you're gonna go somewhere where there's some black women in the Carolinas and you're gonna think you're gonna try this over here. At least with me, you may survive to go read. I can't guarantee nothing if you try that on her. She's like, you can't even go to hell. The Lord Jesus gonna have to open the lake of fire early for you because you can't even get it. I'm telling y'all, it's just like, where do you want me? It's like I found out because I did this international thing about all the rules. I don't even know how I'm gonna send your ashes through the mail. I just need you to understand that this is a problem. This is gonna be a difficult situation, all because you did not want to read up and understand. If someone is showing you the 42 laws of art, the problem what you and says that she's the daughter of Sekhmet, yeah, you don't want to be messing with any kind of kids. You don't want to be messing with black women. I remember I read in there, Sekhmet is the shining of Ra as the sun goes forth. It's just like the glory, and even in the Bible talk about the glory of man. The glory of man is the woman.
Actually his mother. She's his mother.
Okay. Because I mean that was a deep read. Like I have to go back and think about it. Yeah. But it's just like she's the glory of Ra. The fact that, and even the Bible talks about the glory of man is the woman. So okay, so we've got similar things. You don't want to mess with any black women. You don't want to do that either. We just don't. But see, you could know that if you read up. You could know that if you use free resources. You don't need to be coming up here, clock it. In about October 2026, if it's that long, trying to get money off of folk. If you would, take the self-confidence course and then read Season the Crypto Bull Run and then do everything that you could do between October now and October 2025. Most likely, 3/4 of the book is worn out. Didn't account for President Trump fully being reelected. So that could be some weirdness going on. But 3/4 of the book bore out. And it looks like probably the cycle math will hold. But even if that doesn't work out, if that happens, I will mention the crypto journey, what you do to just take the money you have and at least put it in, observation. I'm not a financial advisor, but I just observe. I can let you know what I observe is going on. Okay. Mm-hmm. But if you don't have to be in 2026 in a world of hurt financially. Because the other thing is chocolate's going to go up provided chocolate isn't even picked in this country. So that one is going to do certain things for Halloween, no matter what else happens. And if things get bad enough, it's going to go up as soon as chocolate stops melting. That stuff's going to jump off the shelf because people are going to be like, chocolate keeps for a minute and it has sugar and it has calories and it has fat. So actually that could be even bigger this year. Cyclical assets. I'm giving this to you for free, just an observation. Chocolate, flour, sugar, it goes up at the end of the year. Okay, because Halloween, Thanksgiving, and Christmas. And then chocolate stays up because Valentine's Day, Mother's Day, and Easter is out there. So if you can kind of observe that, if I buy chocolate on October 1st and I sell it on Good Friday, if Easter goes into May, then Mother's Day is right there. So you're either going to sell it the Friday before Mother's Day or the Good Friday. That'll make me money every year. Just an observation. I'm not a financial advisor, but I just happen to observe the same thing happens every year. Flour and sugar every year as long as somebody's baking. People gonna go on vacation. Okay, Thanksgiving is in November, right? So if I buy airplane stocks, if I were to buy airplane stocks on November 1st and sell them on January 2nd, and then maybe buy them again on like May 15th, and then sell them on September 1st. Probably because when people take vacations, and you can look, oh wait, but with hotels, tourist attractions,
Mm-hmm.
all this. If I just do this every year, provided the economy does not completely collapse, I might actually, I might actually be able to make some money like that.
Well,
I'm
you
just
know what?
saying.
No, you know what though? Seizing the crypto bull run is you explaining to us the behaviors of crypto.
Yep.
And instead of people getting that, like you're like, oh, it's a scam or some other nonsense. How in the world is it a scam for someone to tell you about the behaviors of a thing and then you can do what you want? They're not asking you for no, to can the best for you, nothing like that. They're just giving you what the behaviors look like, the same way we do about different type groups of people or whatever, right? We are constantly looking at patterns. And again, seizing the crypto bull run is far more than just about crypto. And that's what y'all don't, you get this thing in your mind because white people told you, or your pastor, or whoever, I don't know, Pope, whoever told you whatever. And so therefore they said it must be true. But the fact of the matter is, neither of us are telling you that you have blah, blah, blah. What we're telling you is we listen to behaviors. We don't just listen to people's behaviors. We listen to
Market
situations. We listen to
behaviors,
governments. We listen
political
to
behavior.
markets. We listen to, I listen to the behaviors of a whole bunch of white boys that I have nothing politically in common with. And I don't give a damn. Oh, you can ready to train me. Yeah, and all of them need to bend the knee. I don't understand what else you think you're going to do when I roll up in here. What you're going to do is this. So next, I'm going to be learning how to shoot too. And y'all going to train me. I'm going to go home. I'm going to practice that. I'm going to read up. Okay. And I'm going to be following because I follow all of these different white boys. Huh? I don't waste my time over there wherever other folks is wasting their time. I'm over here learning my next move up.
Because
You
that
understand?
time that
I
we
make the
waste.
I decided here. I don't know what y'all think men do because they ain't doing all that. Okay. But I chose how we were going to defend. I'm the one who decided where we were moving to. My husband ain't trying to do none of that because most men aren't. Y'all are just giving them credit for the shit y'all do. That's what y'all are doing. Because that's part of a patriarchy. I don't play them games. My cousins, oh, think it's so funny, and this is why I kept saying this. You think it's so funny to send me cards with my husband's last name on it. Well, guess what, hooker? That's why I get on the phone and turn on the FaceTime or whatever and set that shit on fire in front of you. Because let's be clear, y'all took those last names because you feel like you believe in the patriarchy, so therefore that so and so you with has to legitimize you by giving you his last name. Well, why would I take the last name of somebody that ain't did half of the shit I have done and am doing and will do? Nothing against him. Okay, he is a white male raised in this country, and so therefore the reality is he's racist because that's what we raise here, right? It is racist. So me sitting here going, oh, he's some special kind of white boy because, he's with me. I ain't never told y'all that, ever. I mean, not ever. Just what I'm telling you now is the same thing I'm telling you, but because I'm real about it, Yeah, I'm using all of that white privilege and what.
Uh-oh, we got a freeze. Auntie Love? Okay, it's still going. We have a temporary freeze. She was in the middle of saying her husband's white privilege is available for her to use as she sees fit. And this is how her as an extreme option, but still, it is possible for you as Black women to be able to live your life in such a way that you determine the partnerships that you make or don't make, the ability that you make to move through the world. The information is available to you, but it is your choice to learn how to use it or not. Okay, yep, we have actually lost, we have briefly lost Auntie Love for the moment. We'll see what happens in a few minutes. But to recap, since we've now entered our fifth hour here, we featured Love My Edwards, author of A Black Woman Centered, in order for us to begin to understand the patterns that hold us back so that we are able to identify when we are holding ourselves back because we are too busy. I always say idolizing men because the Christian, that's basically the concept that you work with. But centering men, and even she said, okay, I need to work. She's working on a revision of this book as well. But putting men, and there are 9 traits and there are 5 stages. And among the 9 traits that we chose to focus on today was chapter 11, the abuse recruiter. Some of us are so male identified, and I use myself as the example because everything you take in, you should look at yourself first. So, abuse recruiting is more subtle than we thought it was. We learned some things today by having her explain. Obviously, the woman who is telling Black women they should stay in abusive situations is an abuse recruiter. Obviously, the woman who is making another woman feel bad about even speaking out against a man's abuse is an abuse recruiter. She's preparing women to continue to be enabled to receive abuse. So that's obvious, but what's not as obvious sometimes is the language that we use. I work with young girls who have now have children whose fathers have abandoned them, as opposed to calling them single moms, because they're not just single moms. No, they have fathers who have chosen not to uphold their responsibilities, putting the responsibility back where it belongs. But telling single mothers that they should accept second class behavior and second class treatment for the rest of their lives, for me as a woman to tell them that because God is against fornication, so because you fornicated this one time or 2 times or 3 times, just count the kids and do that. That would be abuse recruiting. And in fact, that almost slides the line over to abusing in person, but it also opens them up to be abused by other people because it assigns them less than status. It's very important that we understand where we are so that we can move to the stage. Many of you would probably think the things that Auntie Love and I have accomplished in our differing traditions as being something that is amazing. No, the ability to do these things is available to you. Okay, hold on. Okay. Auntie Love's computer was like, it was too hot to handle. So she had her computer just died. But I will go ahead and wrap up. I want to thank you all for being with us for 5 hours and 6 minutes. I hope that we have presented to you something that can be helpful. You will find Love My Edwards book. The link to it is in the description. And there's also various other kinds of information that may be of value to you. You also can find Season the Crypto Bull Run on Amazon as well. And in addition to this, I believe the link to the Olundare. Global Olundare. I see, I'm not going to have Auntie Love mad at me messing it up. Global Olundare Network is also the Discord, but also just bear in mind, if you join that Discord, you have 4 weeks. You must read Love My Edwards book. You must also complete reading Seasons of Crypto Bull Run for Financial Freedom. And you also must complete the Self-Confidence Women. And these resources, the Self-Confidence Women course is available to you for free for joining Discord. So we hope that we have been able to provide some things that you can now use to move forward in your journey as Black women, because that is our purpose here at Noir Aunties. We want you, as your Noir Aunties, to be able to have information that will help you to move forward in your life in a more powerful way, so that you can move up the 5 traits, as Love My Edwards calls them, from being a woman who completely thinks that men are going to have to be responsible for all good things that happen to you, that they are the source of life, that basically men in general are God, all the way up to being the liberated Black woman who understands that she can live her life for herself and can make choices based on what is right for her. Now, Auntie Love and I obviously represent 2 very different traditions spiritually on what you are here for. 2 different ways of looking at this. But the deal is, it does not matter what some man told you. Whatever you do in the spirit world is going to be between you and whoever you choose to have a relationship with. And that rolls throughout your entire life. I'm not in a relationship with Christ because my father and my mother are Christians. I'm in a relationship with Jesus Christ because he chose me and I chose him. And I've chosen to stay with it, and I've chosen to go with all the responsibility. But it's not because I was raised in church all my life. I had time to read up. I had time to examine. I had time to understand what I was in and choose to be faithful to it. You get to choose to do the same thing. And you get to deal with the consequences, good and bad, of everything you decide to do. And these are the choices we want you to have without being in the shackles of a system that only sees you as a breeder slave. That was the plan for you hundreds of years ago. That is the plan for you now. And we're saying to you, get the solutions that you need so that you are not re-enslaved to men who want nothing more for you than that. Starting in your own community. And we're going to come back with Whitabetes at a later time. Thank you so much for being with us. We're going to be at 5 hours and 10 minutes, and that's enough. But thank you so much for being with us on Noir Aunties. On behalf of Auntie Love and on my own behalf, it's Auntie D. Thank you for trusting us to spend your day with us, and we'll see you next time. Bye.